Hackathon.
I can put my wallet in. Ooh.
I'm gonna lean into it.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Adelaide Internet of Things Hackathon. We're coming to you today from the Adelaide Smart City Studio, which is a space within the Adelaide City Council that's looking at new opportunities to create smart interfaces around the city and to collaborate with the many geeks that we have in this fair city. I want to kick off by doing an acknowledgement to country. We honour and respect the values and traditions of the Aboriginal people of this particular land, the Kaurna people, and we pay our respects to their elders past and present. So yeah, really this is an opportunity to kick things off, and so first of all I wanted to go to Robert Hart, who is the organiser of this event. Robert, why did you do this?
I don't know, really. No, actually, it is an opportunity to engage with Council, City of Adelaide, and the Smart City Studio. We're coordinating a group of maker movements in Adelaide, Hackerspace Adelaide, SA Makers, Fab Lab. We're trying to establish a maker space in Adelaide, where makers can go and use lots of equipment and have spaces for their projects and so on. All makers of all different types. And so we had a chat with Harry, and we thought, oh, why don't we put on an event? And as the whole studio is based around the Internet of Things, and just about anything you can make, machine, electronic, generally connects to the internet. It's a really good area. Also, I've been involved with doing projects, and myself and on the Hackaday International Group. And they currently have a international prize going at the moment for people, and they have an excellent theme, which is the making something that matters. And I think that's really important. I think if we're using technology for good is a very, very important thing, and to try and inspire people to do that is an excellent thing. So that's really so we lined it up with International Create Day that Hackaday is doing. Yeah. And I guess that's how we started it. So that's why we chose today to have the hackathon. It also gives a really excellent theme for the participants to focus on what they're going to do on a project, because when you say Internet of Things, it's just so big. So trying to narrow it down to something that's meaningful is important. It also, I hope all the contestants have set up their account on Hackaday. That's really important, because we'd like your projects to go on in the competition, and you're in the running for $300,000 if you get through to the finals with that competition. There's also prizes along the way. You get t-shirts and all sorts of gear. Unfortunately, because it's based in America, we were getting a swag of Hackaday stuff, but it didn't arrive in time. Our port systems aren't what they used to be, I think.
Border Force are always suspicious of electronics, aren't they, really?
Yeah. So that's why.
Okay, excellent. So as you mentioned, this is kind of from the DIY sector. We've got Hackerspace, Fab Lab, and the SA Makers community. We've done mini maker fairs here, a couple of them now. And there's a real sort of solid base of independents who are unfunded largely and doing it for the pure passion of it. But with an event like this, you manage to bring in other partners who have other resources that they can bring to the table. Liam. So Liam is from Microsoft, but as well as that we have IBM. See, I had to write them down because I knew I was going to forget them. Who else? Oh yeah, me. Really big road trip. We support this too. We love hackers and tinkerers, and we love running around the place and encouraging people to network with themselves and each other. Can you network with yourself?
Yes, all the time.
Okay, that's
good. And we should also mention Airstream Wireless.
Oh, of course.
Which is the largest community wireless network in Australia, and has been running for a very long time. And this live broadcast that we're doing on YouTube, wouldn't have happened without the support of Airstream and
all their swanky
Sean
kit.
Zippel, who's fabulous at putting that all together.
Thanks,
He's
Sean.
been doing a great job. Thank you.
So yes, let me hand over to Liam. So you work with Microsoft. What's your role within that large corporation?
Oh, yes. Well, actually, we've got a really small team in Adelaide. So we've got, there's only actually 15 of us,
Okay.
and usually about 10 in the office at one time, at a max, I think I've seen.
What are
So,
the other 5 doing?
they're out and about. I guess it's an enormous country. It's almost like
Kinda.
It's like a giant country of nerds, but it's really cool. So it's a really small team in Adelaide, and my role is actually a program manager at the Microsoft Innovation Centre. So I got involved with that actually at the beginning of this year, at the end of last year, probably around December. And I got involved because I was getting very interested in setting companies up while I was in university, and I saw an opportunity to get involved with Microsoft and really engage with people who were like me and passionate about trying to create something bigger than themselves, and watch that grow and bring new people on board and getting other people really excited. So I essentially, it's an area of Microsoft that has a bit of an identity crisis. It was sort of born out of the sort of vision of the state of wanting to invest more into the state, just at a grassroots level, but that's still sort of forming. So I guess a lot of my role is understanding how to structure it into sort of the core vision of Microsoft in Australia and in the state, and making it an actual sustainable part of the business. And I think it's pretty much there. And I suppose from my standpoint, I look at different stages of business growth and of development of ideas and things like that. And then I just run programs for different stages of that growth journey, and help people achieve their goals, essentially. So it's very much in line with Microsoft's vision of kind of empowering every person to do what they want to do to the best of their ability. And it's a really exciting job just because it's still being defined and I get to define it. So I suppose I was really, really excited to come to the IoT event because it's really this new area of technology that's forming, and the only way to understand how it's going to grow and the people involved and how best to help those people is to come to events like this and just see what's getting pulled out of the ether and get involved, and I think it's going to be a great event.
Excellent. Well, you can keep that microphone because I'm going to keep talking to you, if that's all right.
Okay. Well
So what do you think the role is with these large organisations like Microsoft and these DIY community groups who are largely kind of living on ether? So, what do you think that relationship is?
Well, I guess it's always changing, I suppose. What the way it sort of works now is different to how it's been in the past. How it is now is very much that Microsoft, I suppose, in terms of this relationship between the people that are pulling these things out of the ether and how Microsoft wants to actually support those people and what value it can give to that growth, is that because of the size of Microsoft and its global reach, I suppose that it's not just sort of a capital base in the form of buildings and licenses and sort of that financial side of things that you can put on a balance sheet. A lot of Microsoft's value is in what its brand represents, and I suppose what its brand represents is the relationships that it has throughout industry. And I guess when I've been thinking about what Microsoft's brand needs to look like for new business, which I think is something really new for Microsoft to be focusing on, things that don't immediately have sort of a money outcome, I guess, and really investing in people. I think that relationship is very much around alleviating frustration. I think that there's a lot of frustration in people that have great ideas, not being able to reach and access the people that might really value on hearing them, and just the nature of developing an idea that is going to be used by a large number of people. It's very much a process of refinement and polishing, and essentially the polishing of these ideas and the pivoting and the development always comes through, from my observations, conversations with people that actually want to use it and that can make the decisions to bring this thing into its realization. So I think in terms of how I think Microsoft's brand should be positioned to new business, and there's this new idea of bringing new business into Microsoft instead of just purely focusing on our enterprise customers, is definitely around alleviating that frustration. And that frustration doesn't just exist for the small tinkerers and entrepreneurs who are trying to pull things out of the ether. There's actually a lot of frustration and fear in the corporate landscape as well. And I think we look at these big companies and we sort of think that they're these sort of monoliths that are coming through and they're sort of they have a lot of power, and I think in an economic sense they certainly do. But there's also a lot of fear and frustration in corporates as well, because the change is happening so fast now that a lot of existing paradigms are melting, and there's a lot of uncertainty around the area in a lot of companies. So I think that's where that relationship is strongest, in that mutual frustration, and just being able to create relationships where that can be overcome and people can be assisted in getting to where they want to go, essentially.
So maybe we need to run frustration labs.
Frustration labs. Well, I think that would be fun. That'd be very deep and metaphysical, wouldn't it?
Some great fun things to do with that.
Right. Okay.
So yeah, specifically with this hackathon, what are you hoping to come out with in terms of your personal experience and also your kind of relationship with Microsoft and Microsoft's potential ongoing relationships with programs like this and communities like this?
Right. Well, I mean, I don't think I have like a steadfast kind of outcome I want to see. I think this is very much more of an experience for me to better understand the landscape. That's very much the mindset I'm going into this with, and just being more involved and connected with this process of kind of grassroots creation as well. I mean, in terms of what I'd like to do as a bigger picture, is use this as an opportunity to really understand how I can better leverage Microsoft's resources in helping a lot of the people that I see here today grow to where they want to go and drive the impact that they actually want to see with what they're creating.
Okay, you realise you've said that on video now, so we've got a contract. Excellent.
Okay, cool.
So sneaky. So throughout the day, we've got 3 teams currently working here at the moment. We've got more people who are going to be coming in over the day. There's also the NASA Space Apps Challenge, which is happening around Adelaide at the moment. And the Woodville Hackerspace also has, maybe Robert, you can talk more about what they're doing over there.
Because the space that we've got today is limited, and there are other people who want to do things but didn't actually want to compete on World Create Day around the Hacker Day theme. So Hackerspace Adelaide has a regular event at Woodville with what we call hack sessions, where people can sit around and hack away with things. Make things, and there's tools and tables and chairs and so on. There's also this program's being watched on that site too, and we'll have a live hangout with them later on today.
Yep.
See what kind of things they're making.
And I believe other people can connect in with that one as well, so we should be able to, if people
we're,
are interested, they can ask nerdy
if you're
questions.
out there in the Internet of Things area or the in the maker community, doesn't really matter. If you want to give us a call, we'll do interview you. And
what are you doing? Who for? Why?
We'd love to see some other maker spaces, hacker spaces, fab labs. If you're listening, we'd like to have a chat with you and see what you're doing.
Absolutely. And there's an open invitation as well. If you've got material that you'd like to share with us, then by all means send it through to us. I should have the URL off the top of my head, shouldn't I? What's the best address for people to contact us on?
Yes.
Hackerspace-adelaide.org.au? Hackadel.org? Hackadel.org. You'll find us through there.
Yeah, hard hack. Sorry. If you just Google Hackerspace Adelaide,
Yeah.
it'll appear.
Well, hackadel.org is the main.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, all roads lead to Hackerspace
Well, if you
Adelaide.
found this, there'd be links in the description, won't there?
So yes, for the rest of the day, we're going to carry on doing some developments here, and then we have obviously it's competition because we have some prizes from Microsoft, from IBM, from Hackaday have given us a whole bunch of merch. So eventually when it arrives.
When it arrives.
So just to let you know, the judging criteria that we're working from, the theme of this whole day is make something that matters. So we want to know what real world need are you addressing with your idea. We want creative, well thought out ideas that push boundaries. We want to know more about your user experience. So not just what does it look and feel like and how do you interact with it, what devices are you using, but what's your user journey in terms of their relationship to find it? You know, where does it sit within their world and their online or offline experience? We want tangible evidence of outcomes, so we want to know any kind of schematics. We're not expecting that you're going to be able to have a fully functioning prototype that actually works in all of its geeky glory from the end of today, but just some ideas about your system design, any kinds of prototype development work that you've done, sketches, photographs, documentation, something that shows us what it would be like and how it would function. And then also, what's the likelihood that it would actually be released into a potential market? So there'll be myself and Robert and Alison Kershaw will be judging those later on this afternoon. So by 5:30, we'll be able to announce who the winner for the day is.
We're also got a special prize for an individual that stands out, and so we'll be looking at people and how they're working. So Hackerspace Adelaide is going to award a special prize to a particular individual that stands out. I'm not going to tell you what the criteria is. You'll have to guess. And
does wearing a T-shirt count?
It's a $100 cash prize, and a year's membership of Hackerspace, and a T-shirt.
Yay!
Yeah.
Rather than stitching your own T-shirt together.
All right.
Okay. Well, I believe that
Harry is going to come around with some Raspberry Pis that are configured and show you how they all work to each team.
Okay, so we'll take a 5-minute break and be back with you later. Thank you very much. That wasn't too hard.
You're fantastic. You should do this professionally.
I have done quite a lot of breathing.
It's probably worthwhile, yeah. Yeah. I'm all good? Okay, cool. So, just going to walk you guys through how the Pi works. I'm working on the other side of the wall at the moment. You can see you've each been given a Raspberry Pi unit. It already has the SD card in it, and the SD card's already been imaged with Windows 10 IoT. So, what we're going to do is go through how you set up your computer with this. Firstly, we need to go into our network settings. And we need to make sure that we're sharing our internet connection. So it's under adapter settings. Finding the adapters. I'll bring that a bit closer so we can see the network adapters there. We right click on the adapter we're interested in sharing. So for me, that's Wi-Fi. We hit properties and we enable sharing in there. And I'm happy to walk around and show you guys how to do that because it's difficult to see on the screen at the moment. But what we'll now do is we're going to connect the Pi to the internet, or to the computer's Ethernet port, which we've just shared, and like that. And now connect the Pi to its power. Alright, so that takes about a minute or two to boot up. Now I've also got a USB with the Windows 10 IoT dashboard on it, which I'll pass around. Essentially, it's a piece of software which you launch from the desktop. And what this does is it lists off the devices that are connected in the network at the moment. And because we're actually connecting the Pi through this device, the Pi has internet access. You can actually see on here, you might be able to see, it's just become visible on this My Devices screen. We can open the device portal from here. The username and password for opening the device portal is administrator. I don't know how easy. Is it visible on that screen up front? No. Not really? Alright. Should we sort out something with the HDMI maybe? That's a bit better, is it? Alright. What do you reckon we can do? Lovely.
Screen to screen, it's not great. Yeah, keep going.
All right, so we've entered the password administrator. So we're logging into the Pi's dashboard at the moment. The password is P@SSW0RD. I'll write that down for you guys. Yep. Now we go down and click on remote and enable Windows IoT remote server. So what that's doing is it means we don't have to connect the Pi to a screen anymore. We can just log into it and remote into it, so we can use our current computer on it. Now we'll find out what the IP address of this thing is. All right, cool. So there's a piece of software you can get called the Windows IoT remote client. Type the IP address in. You can see I've got it here. Hit connect. And this will connect to the IoT device. All right, cool. So that's actually like a video display from a video output from the Pi at this moment. So this is the Windows 10 IoT homepage. So we're effectively able to work with this now. So the piece of software you need to be able to send an application to the Pi, you need Microsoft Visual Studio Community. Now, what happens is I've written up a piece of sample code for this. It's just a little thing I've put together for the purpose of displaying this. Essentially, it's called a Windows Universal Platform application, and what that does is that can run on the computer, it can run on an IoT device, it can run on the phone as well. So once we've written our code up, we're essentially just deploying this by clicking on the remote machine button. And it'll actually allow us to just deploy straight to the Pi in its environment. Not in this case, because this is an unexpected error. But is essentially this is all integrated within Visual Studio. I'll come around and do a setup for each of you guys on this other way. Seems not to be the most ideal scenario doing it over the stream either way. So thanks very much, guys. I'll come around and work with you on it.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Jungle. Audio 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 Jungle. Yeah. Audio Jungle. 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 Audio Jungle.
Yeah, it's just
Audio Jungle. 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 Audio Jungle.
Yes, exactly. So the AirSync Studio is, yeah, so it's actually calling out Sync Studio, and Sync Studio is taking the data.
Audio Jungle.
Or find where inside, just like
Audio Jungle.
yeah, exactly. You're wondering whether,
Audio Jungle. 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 Audio Jungle.
You can hold that one.
So how close? Out there?
Audio Jungle.
Should be on now. Yeah. So we're just going to be our own little bubble, aren't we? Rather than okay. Okay. Fantastic. So we up. Okay, so welcome back to the Internet of Things Hackathon happening at the Adelaide Smart City Studio. We have with us today Dr. Ronald Grill, who's popped in to see what's going on over here and has some wonderful stories about the kind of historical development of all of these kind of technical innovation spaces. So, Ronald, would you like to introduce yourself and give us a little bit of background about why did you come down today for in the first place?
Well, I knew it was on, and I came down because the area that I work in is the established electronics industry, which here in Adelaide is about 300 companies. Most of them are small SME-sized companies, 5, 10 or 20 people. But that's an established industry with a set of established rules and a lot of relationships, interdependent relationships between these companies. One company specialises in hardware, and the guy who runs that went to school or went to university or played football with a guy that runs a software company. So the guy who's doing the software and the hardware guy, they team up together. They still run their own companies, but they have a significant amount of overlap. Ultimately, that becomes an interdependent relationship. Each one relies heavily on the other. And those sort of relationships, if you were to draw that on a large map, you'd find that maybe in the bottom left-hand corner there would be a little group of people, 10 or 20 companies that have this kind of interdependent relationships. 3 or 4 of those people would be also connected with another group that has another 10 or 20 people. Those relationships become interdependent over time, And that's a very positive thing. One of the reasons why they become interdependent over time is that, and that especially happens in small places like Adelaide. Adelaide has 1.2 million people. It's 800 kilometres from Melbourne with 4 million people, and 1,200 kilometres from Sydney with a population of 5 million people. Because of the isolation of Adelaide from those major populations, people tend to look around to work with people and get things done here. And those people that work together, as I said, typically went to school, university or whatever together, there is already a relationship on which trust can be built. And these trustful and interdependent relationships are absolutely critical to the process of natural clustering. And it's interesting that in other places around the world where I've recently done some research on this, places like Austin, Texas, and Cambridge in the UK, and to a lesser extent now in Silicon Valley, which is quite large and totally independent. But in smallish places like Austin, which is about 2,800 kilometres from the east coast and about 2,700 kilometres from the west coast, it's about as far from the major populations as it can be. Again, it's a population of about 1 million people. Very high levels of interdependence between the various elements of the hardware and software community. So to answer your question, why have I come here today? I've come here because the area in which I work is an established group of companies, but it intersects in some of its edges with this group. We know that there is a need in the future for scientists and engineers in electronics and physical sciences to take the jobs of the future in the electronics industry that we work in. And those young kids and their parents and teachers don't know about this electronics industry.
So we're essentially missing that interdependency that you were talking about.
The interdependency is there, but it is not widely understood. And indeed, I measured that as part of this research that I did some time ago by going to these companies and saying, do you buy technologies or obtain technologies from companies with which you have an association, such as a subsidiary or they own or relationship? And the answer was obviously yes in many cases. The really difficult question is, do you acquire technologies from companies with whom you have no financial or other legal relationship? You have only a relationship of trust where one contracts to the other. In Adelaide, in the electronics industry, that was 57% of all of the 90 companies that I interviewed had these totally arm's length relationships that were based purely on trust.
Yeah.
That kind of trust impels you at 4 o'clock in the morning to get your part of the job done because it's due to be delivered tomorrow. You cannot let your friend, colleague down. You don't want to because you enjoy this interdependent relationship. You also don't want to because if you do let him down in a small place like Adelaide or Austin or Cambridge, everybody will know.
Your reputation is ruined.
Bad news travels very quickly in small places.
Absolutely.
So for a positive and a negative reason, this kind of interdependence within the cluster, we're talking about clustering here, we're talking about natural clustering, where companies and individuals will come together because it's in their own enlightened self-interest to work with each other. Now, I don't know when the cluster started in Adelaide. It was 40 or 50 years ago, at least, in maybe the 50s or 60s, where maybe a person met another person and found that they had mutual, not competing, but overlapping or maybe ideas which could be linked together. And then a third person came along and he could bring something to the table that they were both interested in. And in a small place like Adelaide, it works in the same way as it does in farming communities. You own a tractor and you need a post hole digger. So you check with your neighbours, they don't have a post hole attachment. So you buy one on the basis that you'll loan it to them because they've got a hay baler which can connect to the tractor. You've got the same kind of tractor that they do. So that those kind of interdependent relationships naturally occur
Which is exactly what Hackerspace is built on. The idea of the traditional model of Hackerspace, unfortunately, we don't have that resource quite yet here, but is that 24/7 access where you can bring in your equipment and leave it out so other people who have, the understanding and that you can trust them to take care of your machinery, you're free to use it whenever you want to.
And people will meet up today with people they've never met before, and they'll meet with people that they have worked with before. And I like to think of it as the first or second bounce principle, that you've got a problem you don't know how to solve, so you ask a friend of yours who you think might know the answer, and he says, well, no, that's not quite my field, but Fred, who's another friend of mine, you don't know Fred, he's the expert on that.
Yeah.
I've seen that work. I can remember in the early 80s, I was sitting in a bar in a place called Mountain View in Silicon Valley, in a bar called the Wagon Wheel, which is no longer there because the proprietor got done for illegal drugs and stuff. Great pity.
The other side of Silicon Valley.
Back in those days, on a Friday afternoon, all the young bucks would come in from the various companies around the valley and talk, because all these guys went to Caltech or Stanford or any one of there are three major universities, and there's also Berkeley, UC Berkeley. So all of the guys that work there, some of them came from the East Coast, from Stanford, from MIT. These guys would be sitting around there talking about what they've been doing all week and swapping ideas and technologies. They'd go back to their companies on a Monday morning at the engineering meetings, and they'd be telling, oh, the guys down there are doing this and the guys over there are doing that. Their management would be horrified that the intellectual property is being talked about so openly at this bar on a Friday afternoon, but it has been researched by a professor at Berkeley who found that this is indeed the essence of Silicon Valley, the quick interchange of information and knowledge. And she compared that with the way things work at MIT in Boston. The industrial history of Boston is vertically integrated companies that came out of the textile industry. People who were manufacturing executives from the textile industry were hired by people at some of the smallest and earliest electronics companies who embedded that kind of vertically integrated thinking, so they made all of their own semiconductors and did all of their own sheet metal work and absolutely everything else, so that during the big growth spurt in Boston in the 1950s, when companies such as Digital Equipment Corporation, DEC, was the first one of those that started making mini computers in competition to the big iron end of town, the IBM and Burroughs and other companies that no longer exist. Those companies were set up on that vertically integrated style, and then Prime and Wang and Data General and all of those other mini computer companies started off all in this vertically integrated structure. And it was widely understood that if you worked for DEC, you didn't talk to anybody from Wang or Digital or any of the other companies. That would be seen to be consorting with the enemy. Yet across the other side of the continent in Silicon Valley, this information was circulating rapidly, and that's why Silicon Valley very quickly overtook Boston as the major electronics centre. People at MIT are still battling with this vertically integrated thinking that infected their electronics industry for 30 years, stopped it growing.
And I think, you're talking about clusters, and it's wonderful that these models have existed for such a long time in Adelaide and South Australia broadly. But one of the downsides of clusters is that they become silos. They become cliques, and they're quite difficult to break into or, to diversify amongst themselves. So do you see that what would you see as being potential ways for these open models, these cooperative models like Fab Lab Adelaide and Hackerspace Adelaide and the SA Makers community? How do you see they might be able to work more collaboratively and closer with some of those kind of older, more established networks and clusters?
Well, firstly, I don't see clusters as having that clique mentality that you spoke of, because at the grassroots level of a cluster organisation, you've got lots of young people and small companies that desperately need to have the relationships that become interdependent. They're not interdependent from day one, they become that over time. And it is that energy that operates at the sort of grassroots level. By the time those people start their companies and those companies become larger, beyond perhaps about 30 or so people, then those companies begin to then have management structures and so on, and that's where a degree of stifling of new ideas coming up from the ground floor level begins to happen, and you get to companies with 100 or more people, and those are the sort of companies where good ideas are brought forward and the management says, oh no, we don't do that.
Unfortunately so. Very often with lab environments, which is conversations we've had here and into the run-up to this, there's this horrible system that I've unfortunately been witness and party to for many years, not in Adelaide specifically, but where there'll be a lab environment, a very sort of innovative, interactive, participatory, no-holds-barred kind of energy about a production development process, which has been funded by the big names from on high,
yes.
and somewhere in the small print of the contracts it says we own all of your IP.
Yes.
And so you kind of, people think that they're in this open, exploratory, risk-taking space, and they get to a certain point within the development, and then it's like, okay, we love your idea, but you now need to use it for this purpose.
Yes.
And the producers and
And
developers
our
are like,
people say that you must apply it over there.
and suddenly these arguments are taking place, and there are these, well, actually it says in the contract that you signed at the beginning that tough luck, we own everything, and so it goes nowhere.
Yes. Or we own 15% of your company, whether you like it or not.
Yeah,
Yes.
and it's very heartbreaking for people to work through that process. So one of the things that we talked about really early on in developing this this sort of event was what do we do about that IP thing? Because especially if you've got, obviously some people come here with teams, they've already worked together before, there's that trust and relationship already in place. Other people came here, one person with an idea, looking for some other people to come and join them, or vice versa. So, you know, we've used the Hacker Day, we've used that as a sort of guide of their intellectual property bases, which is you own anything you bring. If you have a pre-ownership of something that you've already been developing and you want some other people to come and work with you, you need to have that conversation with those people about either they sign a non-disclosure agreement, or there's some kind of a system in place that makes sure that, you know, if you've already been working on this, you've already got some energy and time and effort put into this.
Those
So,
confidentiality agreements are absolutely critical, and I think most young people, I would think that the group you've got here now would be well aware of the need to protect their own IP. I don't think I'd ever heard of intellectual property as a concept until about 15 years ago.
Right.
And I think I hadn't heard the word commercialisation or entrepreneurship. Oh no, that was 30 years ago. I got involved in an organisation called the Enterprise Workshop back in 1982, and there were 5 teams, each team had about 4 or 5 people, and we were allocated a piece of technology that had been developed at DSTO Salisbury. That's the Defence Science and Technology Organisation, which is Australia's main, by a long way, largest and singular electronics, communications, computing development laboratories for defence purposes. They had designed this piece of equipment for some particular purposes. It was no longer required for defence purposes, so they gave the technology to the workshop people. That was allocated to the team that I was involved in. And so we beavered away on this and went through a whole lot of lectures in marketing and finance and risk management, intellectual property management. What's that? Intellectual property management? All of those sort of things which we hadn't understood, and fortunately we're being told by experts about. And so each of us then developed a business plan which had to be presented on a competitive basis to some judges who were real live business people, bankers and manufacturers and so on. And this process was going on all over Australia, Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane, Canberra, Perth and Hobart. My team won the South Australian section of that, and we each got $1,000 prize
Nice.
money, which worked out to about 40 cents an hour for the work we put into it.
But hey, it's something.
But we had an amazing learning experience.
Yeah.
The end result of that was that the business plan was actually implemented and became a company that was called Vision Systems Limited. That company at its height employed about 100 people and exported products all over the world. It was ultimately sold, actually, it had some separate divisions. Divisions were separately sold, but it was, without question, it was successful, and it was a good introduction to those of us in those days who had not seen this concept of entrepreneurship working. People from my generation had grown up only with big companies. I spent my first 5 or 6 years in the electronics industry at a place called AWA in Sydney, in a large campus which had 2,600 people working in one large area on all sorts of electronics, some military, some for avionics, some for broadcast equipment, and large numbers of people making things like radios and then television sets.
Yeah.
So I came out of this very structured organisation, left that company to join another one, came to Adelaide, left that and set out on my own, figured this was a good place to get married, grow a couple of kids and start a business, so I did all of that.
Yeah.
It worked.
Yeah, absolutely. And some great stories along the way.
So the electronics industry that I know about is relatively structured, although it's got large numbers of small companies that are very innovative and they're very alert and very able and very, very nimble on their feet. It does have some large companies. There's a company called Codan, which has about 300 staff. They make two-way radio equipment and mine lab detectors, metal detectors. And there's some other companies with 100 or so people, but large numbers of them are 5, 10 or 20 people. These are the gorilla size that really can move very quickly. Beyond about 30 people or so, they tend to have got to the stage where they've got multiple products, certainly more than their original product, and they're probably into exports, which means they've expanded in a kind of a fourfold way. They've doubled their number of products and doubled their market, so that they've grown very quickly, between sort of 10 to get to 30. Then there's a kind of a testing time there where they have to become a bit corporatized, and they've got to have divisions or finance managers and HR people and so on, and by then my interest in the company would then say, well, why are we doing all this? Let's go off and start.
Go back to
We're
the
gonna do
innovation
something-
process again.
Something more interesting.
Well,
Yeah.
specifically with that in mind, you were saying that you've been in South Australia for about 40 years. Is that what you're
Yes,
saying?
yes.
So you'll have, in media arts, we always talk about standing on the shoulders of giants. There have been incredible digital arts innovators for generations before us, and we have this habit of saying, look at this new innovative thing we've created, when actually it's just downloading an app and doing what that app does, which is not very innovative or creative. But hey, the generations before us have been doing these wonderful, inspirational, and very difficult things in a number of ways.
Yeah.
And for me, it feels very much that we're in that same process at the moment looking at South Australia industry.
Yeah.
Because we've obviously gone through some massive downturns with some of our biggest manufacturers closing down or leaving the state. We're looking at, the end of mining, which is a brilliant thing in terms of the climate, but is a dreadful thing in terms of the number of redundancies that it's going to generate.
Yes.
South Australia has one of the worst unemployment rates in the country. As you said before, there's only 1.4 million based in Adelaide, and so we've got a very small population, which makes it very difficult to be able to keep that kind of income sustaining itself. So where do you think the opportunities are, having been involved in watching those trends of peaks and troughs that I'm sure have existed many times before, where do you think the opportunities might be in terms of harnessing the skills and expertise of the unemployed now and the soon to be or coming to be unemployed, and spaces like Hackerspace and Fab Lab?
Adelaide is going through an important transition at the moment. It's for the last 50 years or more, back from the Playford era, when General Motors was set up and other companies were set up here. That was right the way through the industrial age of manufacturing, where it involved joining metal parts together to make products. Unfortunately, for that kind of industrial age manufacturing, it is usual practice to make things using the technologies that are known by many other people in many other places. Motor cars, washing machines, hills hoists can be and indeed are made in other places by people who these days pay much, much less than wages in Adelaide. Therefore, the economy, the regional economy of South Australia, and Adelaide in particular, because its major population lives in the capital city, has got to make the transition to the knowledge age era. Now, we have all of the elements of the knowledge age here. We have very good universities, good research institutions such as the Defence Research Centre and medical research and the like. These are the areas of technology that will support this community in the future. The exciting thing about knowledge age manufacturing is that its products sell for a significant multiplier above the labour and materials input costs, which is not something you can say for industrial age manufacturing, where there is almost no bonus for the technology because it is known by other people.
Yeah.
Therefore nobody's going to pay you a premium for building a motor car with four wheels, one on each corner and a steering wheel and a glass window in the front.
Yeah.
That knowledge is widely distributed now, so there is no premium on that. If we come to the electronics industry, which typically in Adelaide makes small volumes of quite high technology products. These are products that are not in the consumer electronics area. This is not iPhones or television sets or microwave ovens. These are relatively small volumes, like maybe 50 a month, of a highly complex piece of industrial process control or piece of equipment that will be used in a biotech research lab. These are products that sell for several $1,000s each, that are built in very small, quite small batches. They're quite high technology, and the companies that design and build these products are locally owned SMEs that are anchored to the region. Now, those three characteristics, small volume, high technology and local ownership, are an excellent sustainability factor.
Yeah.
Those companies will stay here because they need to be here because of the interdependent relationships that they have with other companies that are here. So if somebody from Sydney, Melbourne or beyond came along and bought one of these 20 or 30 size companies and said, we want to move that to Sydney or Melbourne, what would likely happen is that if the proprietor was convinced that he should go, he might go and find that most of his senior staff would not go.
Yeah.
They would simply disengage from his company and go and work with their friends in other companies, so that that small size of volume of production, high technology and the local ownership are important. Together they become a sustainability factor that is simply not there with the General Motors of this world, who will place a manufacturing plant wherever it suits their corporate convenience, and
Yeah.
they'll move it out whenever it suits their corporate convenience. A prime example was Motorola, who came here 10 years or so ago, set up at a technology park, caused a lot of inconvenience for a lot of electronics companies here. The big people lost 2 or 3 engineers, middle-sized companies lost 1 or 2, and the small companies lost 1. It was called the Motorola effect. It just sort of sucked up engineers. Within 6 months, I had 200 people working there. When Motorola finally left Adelaide, those people, some of them went on, very few went on. Most of those who were locally recruited stayed here. Indeed, many of them have come together and formed companies. There's a little company in Adelaide called ASTC, Australian Semiconductor Technology Company. That was set up by 6 or 7 people from Motorola to design semiconductors, silicon chips. Now, we don't make silicon chips in Adelaide. The fabrication process for a silicon chip, inscribing the artwork onto the silicon surface, is a very capital intensive process, and there are large plants in places like US and all over Europe and Taiwan, China and Singapore, where you can send your file, which is all of the information, the total layout of that chip. These are huge gigabyte files. You can send those from Adelaide to the fabrication site, and have your chips made and sent back again for testing. That little company that started off about 5 years ago when Motorola left, leaving its people beached here, they'd worked together. Most of them hadn't worked together before, but they'd come together at Motorola. They set out, started a company, now got 70 staff. That's the kind of... they stayed here because they knew that their relationships with each other and their knowledge and their connections with other companies in the electronics industry here could work for them here, but they could not work elsewhere.
Yeah.
So Motorola left, and the Hoover effect went into reverse, and a lot of the people stayed here.
Yeah, so essentially, instead of a one-size-fits-all, South Australia should work like New South Wales or Victoria, we should actually be recognising that our niche value is in these nimble operations, agile development kind of spaces, smaller companies that work collectively, collaboratively, in a crossover, interdisciplinary way to a certain extent, where necessary, but have that open flexibility rather than trying to become a behemoth. They stick with what they're good at. And South Australia, of course, has, we have this wonderful reputation for being the startup stage. People, because we're a small population, big companies as well can come in and run prototypes and pilots around particular initiatives, very much like they do, like mobile phone companies used to do with New Zealand. Vodafone would go and do a pilot in Auckland, and then they'd go, yeah, that works, and then they'd do it across the whole of New Zealand and go, yep, that works, and then it would suddenly be an international release because they'd had that market testing. So market testing. We were talking a little bit before about market research. Well, what I call market research, but you had a different name for it. What was that again?
Well, one element of market research is market validation, but before we get to that, I will say again what I said to you before, that market research at the worst end of its activity is people standing in shopping centres with clipboards asking stupid questions.
And we hate that too. We hate being stopped in supermarkets. Leave us alone.
Yeah. Market validation is a concept that has been brought to a relatively high point of sophistication by Dr. Rob Adams, who is at the McCombs Business School at the University of Texas at Austin. He's written a couple of books on the topic, and it's easy to understand in its operation, and its objective is for the designer or the person the innovator of a new technology idea, who might be tempted to rush out and develop a product and try and put it on the market because he or she thinks they know what the market wants. And Rob Adams, in his book, has an interesting little story about a particular person who worked in a telecommunications company, had a particular problem, solved that problem, and decided that solution would work for everybody, rushed out and tried to start a company, and very nearly used up all of his resources until he met up with Rob Adams, who convinced him that what he should do is go out and do a market validation study. Market validation is exactly what it says. It is validation of your product in terms of the market. It will help you to understand the who, what, when, where, why and how people will want your product and will buy it. And it is conducted by going out initially with a limited list of questions where you ask people not if they want to buy your product. You don't ever mention the product. You talk about the need to solve a problem.
Yeah.
You don't tell them how or what you are doing, but you understand that they have a need to solve the problem that you've you've been engaged in. Initially, you don't get all the answers you want, and sometimes because you don't seem to have a good handle on what you are trying to ask, people will give you pretty short shrift, blow-off answers. So, first thing to remember is don't use any of your good quality customers at this early stage because you'll burn them off. Keep them until you know a bit more. So you scrabble about towards the bottom end of this curve. If you're going to plot it out, it would end up like an S curve. You're scrabbling around at the bottom, asking questions, not getting many answers. So you refine your question set and you get slightly better answers. Then you find that you zoom up through a near vertical part of this curve where you're acquiring a lot of new information. You then get to a knee of the curve where it flattens out. At that point, 20 or 30 perhaps interviews, you can say that you actually understand the market, and almost inevitably, in my experience, you find that the market was not where you thought it was going to be when you conceived the product. Your product will be different. It will now be defined by the knowledge that you have about the market, and the true market will be probably left or right of centre of where you thought it was. That was what happened with this particular experience in Austin. The company then went off and modified, well, it was a small group, formed a company. It was very successful. It was sold 5 years later for about $40 million.
Yeah.
So, and it was nearly broke.
Yeah.
Because the guy and the author, Rob Adams, quotes him, "I'm an engineer, I know what the customer wants."
Yeah.
What he should have said, "I know how to engineer the product if only I know what the customer needs." So market validation is absolutely critical, because I don't care how intelligent you are, you cannot know what is in the mind of your customers in terms of their need until you ask them.
Yeah, absolutely.
The careful thing is to not burn off your good customers by asking them damn fool questions at the early stage. Keep them until you get to the stage where you really are describing in the shortest possible number of words, the shortest possible number of questions, what it is that you need to know from them to improve your knowledge. Those people in the latter part of your interview, 20 or 30 interviews that you're doing, will likely end up falling in love with the product as you have done. They'll become your beta test group and your first customers.
Yeah, fantastic.
So you ship the product to them with a little piece of paper inside saying, because this is the first shipment, you'll get a free software upgrade within 3 months.
Yeah.
Here is your access number.
And then you're coming back to that loyalty and trust base
And
again.
then, because they have gone through the pain of the development of the product with you, it's a most interesting human engagement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it's something that we all, many organisations fall flat on. Even just looking at like web design, you look at a lot of university websites, and this is what we want to tell you about our university, not this is how our users need to engage with us to find the information that they require. It's complete. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Yeah.
So hopefully you'll be able to stick around with us a little bit more today and have this conversation with all of our teams as well to make sure they're on the right track.
Well, I guess I'm a fan of market validation because I now know from my own experience and by having conducted people through the process over the last several years that it is absolutely critical, and it is the salvation of the sanity of a number of people who would have literally used all of their patience, all of their money and all of their relationships, family relationships. We all know that the 3 F's apply in terms of recruiting money for a startup idea. There's friends, family and fools. Once you've run out of all of those and your product has failed, it's somewhat more difficult to get back up again.
Yeah. And you don't really want to lose the trust of those people as well.
If you can take them with you and engineer them into your process, and those who are being invited to invest money in your project might like to come with you on some of these market validation studies
Yeah.
to convince themselves, yes, this is a real live customer, and yes, he or she actually wants the product. They
Yeah.
actually understand it.
Absolutely. Within the media arts world, which is my domain, you often have very complex interactive media installations or something. And so when artists are developing those interfaces and trying to understand how is a user, it's a kind of technology that maybe is so far away from mainstream that nobody knows what it is and how to use it. So how do you
And the
then
management
get
doesn't
to...
understand it. The top-end management who
Well,
are
fortunately,
financially-
media artists, we don't have to worry about that. We just scrabble around and make stuff on nothing, unfortunately. But there
if
we
you're
go.
going to sell it to a major television network.
Most
you'll deal with
artists
the money
don't
men.
do that, though.
No, you don't.
That's not
Because they're not
what
gonna
we
buy it.
do,
No,
because
no.
it's too much hassle and it's
Yeah.
not really worth it. And in the end, it's just going to get turned into something that's commercial
And you've got to
and
educate the
boring.
customer, and that's difficult.
But for the way that we often do user testing is, or that kind of exploration process of the user interfaces, is set up the installation in a controlled environment, have an audience member go through that and play with it, and then maybe, depending on what level of interactivity you're hoping from, maybe then, okay, so you've got that first sort of intuitive, I'm in this environment, how does it work? Let me just play with it and find out. Okay, not really working so well for me. Then you have a conversation of, okay, this is how, be aware that you can play with this and you can tinkle with that and but you video them while they're going through that process. And then afterwards you take them through to another space where you then play back that video and again document this as well. So you're essentially interviewing the audience test member while taking them through the steps that they just did.
Yes.
Because it's not just what they did and, okay, why did you do that and not that? Or what did you learn? Clearly you learned when you did this and it made you do that. But it's also what emotional triggers were...
So the observer is very important in this.
Hugely
Why did they do that?
important.
And you've seen enough of this, you can begin to say, I think I understand why they did that.
Yeah. And we've watched a lot of corporates use eyeball tracking and that kind of technology where you're mapping what the user journey is within that space. But that kind of big picture thinking doesn't seem to happen for a lot of the sort of app developments that we're producing.
Yeah.
So
There's one other element in this whole mix that is important, I think, for your people to know, and that is that the electronics industry here does not rely on huge technological breakthroughs to be the basis of their new products.
absolutely.
This is the case in, say, the pharmaceutical industry or biotech, where years of research will find a new compound or a new drug that needs to be tested and finally marketed, and the successful product was the result of that huge breakthrough, lots of patents and all that sort of thing. In the electronics industry here, in this scale of operation with large numbers of small companies, SME, 10, 20 and 30 size companies, the product generally comes out of an understanding of what the market needs. Then the designer goes and looks for the technologies that need to be cobbled together and in which way those existing technologies need to be joined together in order to address that market need. Which means that you can come up with an idea today and do a circuit simulation tonight or tomorrow, rough out a circuit board on Monday, and by Wednesday you can have a prototype on which you can make some reasonably accurate measurements.
Yeah,
You can't do that in the pharmaceutical or the biotech industry.
of course.
Even if you could, you're stuck with 6, 8 or 10 years of clinical trials before it can be unleashed on the unwary public.
Yeah.
But
Although in many ways it gets unleashed on us whether we like it or not, but that's a whole other conversation.
So the important thing is that the industry, the electronics industry here, and it's the same around the world, but it's especially important here, we don't need these breakthroughs of fundamentally new technologies. It is people who have seen typically a niche opportunity in a market where they bring together technologies and bring together a team of people who know about those technologies, which is the kind of thing that's likely happening
Absolutely.
here. These people will come here with knowledge in specific areas, and if they can meet up with other people that can find that have the other little bits of the puzzle, that's when these interdependent relationships become begin to form, and those are critical for the success of these small embryonic companies.
So there essentially needs to be a lot more openness and trust coming from the more tight-lipped, closed-down organisations to recognise that by opening up their doors, by opening up some of these dialogues with the more hacker, tinkerer, experimental community, that they'll actually have a much better opportunity for sustaining a lot longer.
The idea of the lone developer sitting in his bedroom or designing an app for an iPhone or something, that happens, and some of those are interesting, and some of them have actually made quite significant money. But once those people get into a group such as you have here, then their singular idea maybe can be merged with somebody else's idea, and then they know of a third party who has got another piece of the puzzle. Then, three people can usually add a great deal more than three individuals could ever do once they get together. There's a bit of brainstorming goes on, not in a formal sense, but it just sort of happens, and sometimes the most interesting ideas come out at 3 o'clock in the morning when there are Coke cans and pizza boxes in the middle of the table. I think if we did that, what you said an hour ago, Fred, we could actually do that with this.
Yeah. Absolutely. And if you look at the early days of all of the technological developments, there was a lot of that going on.
Absolutely.
And unfortunately, the capitalist side of the market has come and locked all that down because they're too scared of losing potential return on investment.
Well, there's the famous story of Wozniak and Jobs, who worked together at HP, and they, on the monthly presentation day, took their idea of a small personal computer and showed it off to the HP management, and were told very soundly, there's no market for that. Look, we're Hewlett-Packard, we know about computers, there is no market for that, forget about it, get on with your job. They went back and moulded over it for a while and finally struck out and started their company. And by 1982, I can remember driving through Cupertino late one night, on a Sunday night, and they were working on this 7-story building which became the Microsoft headquarters in Cupertino. 9 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night on a Sunday. They were working flat out to get this building built, and it was then that it hit me that this company has actually gone a long way in the last 10 or 15 years. Suddenly it's a real company. Yeah, so it's you don't need to be that big to be important. To be that big means that you are a big target. It is often better to be a small guerrilla band, 5, 10 or 20 people. People don't know what you're doing. The big companies don't want your business because it's too small for their scale of doing things, so you can get on with it. And as long as you protect your IP, then you've got a reasonable chance of making a success of it. But you need to understand the market before you try and hit the streets.
Yeah, and I think also there's always far
validation.
too much of a focus on the commercial aspect, whereas a lot of innovation opportunities that would create better lives for humans get missed because we're only looking at where the profit margins are, and so we can't be bothered investing time and effort and collaboration into areas that aren't going to have an immediate, within 3 years, return on investment.
Social entrepreneurship
is
exists in
vital.
the concepts in that space also.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what you're doing here is important, and
Nearly shut.
And I came here to see Paul, who is now Daly, who has now arrived, I see.
Yeah.
So
Excellent. Well, yes. So you've got to catch up with Paul. Please do have a chat with all of the teams. And thank you very much for your insight and historical context of it all.
And if at some time in the future you want to get these people together to talk about market validation, I can give them a pretty quick 45-minute overview on the topic and how to do it,
Great.
and
Fantastic.
some examples of how it worked.
Thank you very
and the
much.
problems that it overcame.
Beautiful. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Grill. Cheers.
hit that I thought was pulled out into the sky. Yeah, I thought I saw it.
That just covers a bit more and shows the thing is actually that people yeah, I ran around with there before.
Audio Jungle. 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 Jungle. Audio 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 Jungle. Jungle. Audio 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 Jungle.
threw that into the monitor, but I won't get lost.
Battery, I've been going all day so far and it's still only down to half. I've got another whole big battery. It's crazy.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
Just gotta get power's just gonna get to there.
Audio Jungle.
So if you see it, let your screen.
Audio Jungle.
Works really well. Just lighting up my Mac
Audio
over here.
Jungle.
Because orange glass.
Yeah, that's not going to be any problem.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
How am I able to connect to the
Audio Jungle.
yes wireless?
What one have you just joined to?
Maybe I've joined it.
It's like it's called Smart City.
Audio Jungle.
10,000 and Smart City Studio.
Oh, okay. So it's just
Yep. There's a fake portal which talks about you going on Facebook, but you don't have to actually do anything.
Audio Jungle.
oh, okay.
So then you can actually use it.
It's not programmed in to actually. I now have access. Or?
Yeah, you'll be on one, so you can visit something else.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
Just got issue down there.
Complaining about DNS.
Audio Jungle.
Subtle feature.
Right, yeah. Because I want everyone to check in to say they're at the Smart Studio.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Thanks.
The really small ones are Good question. What's the unit called? Wire robot.
They're not going to see that.
Yeah, that is. No, that's a maybe, so maybe you've got a supply power into that.
That happens naturally.
Liam, you having fun there?
Yeah.
Oh, I've got some things. I've got something here that might be interesting. 034. What is it? It's the format of how the spray goes inside. These are all the. Yeah, but what's interesting is
But he also admits he's already made his fortune in business.
so they would have historic leadership. Get into a question. But and get this right. These like anything to save a lot of time. So this would already be typed something. When you're in your phone and you're 5 volts,
That is already. So keep the voltage where the barrel socket must be between 6.5 and 12 volts.
down to this bit here. This bit here, and you've got your spray diode here, right? When you press that, these two will back a bit.
Oh, yeah, we already fill them in.
You know, it's part of that. You've already got it there. So you go back to it. And then that's programmed in. So really, we're going to come to sell the amount of water. So put a bit of that in.
One team's gone out to lunch, I think.
That's fine. I'm
Think of a way to integrate that with us.
Last night was the first time I did it. Featuring this. OBS crashed.
Hello?
But today I was testing it. Oh, let's just watch it. Plugged it in.
Good point.
Yeah, working, so I was using it. I was out there. Got some seeds, all good. Oh, let's test it. Let's number logo.
We've got the right
But I feel like that's not a lot of other stuff around this one. Brief that there is a
Yes.
no one's saying
On top of utilization.
and it's
This is on YouTube at the moment.
Oh yeah, Telstra will rip it
Oh,
off.
those two screens don't I did notice that last week, and those two screens just both with the camera. I was trying to talk to
Go check out JV Hi-Fi because they do Telstra deals there. So problems you're going to have is just upselling it. Like what if you ever need a bit more funds?
It's definitely working. That's all you need.
You wouldn't have to. Like,
Actually, you just not ready for it.
I'll come over and JV Hi-Fi and
Did you do it last time? If he's looking for more plumbing work at the moment? Mum and dad and he goes cable bathroom plumbing. Bathroom doing
So all of this can be automated. So you don't, that can be specified depending on the stage.
but that's New South Wales and so
Yeah, someone just have a look at it.
So think about how many inputs that even is.
So you're moving 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4. And eventually we just go.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
TV, yeah.
Yeah, I've shot some photos last week. You probably haven't met me, but no, I'm alright. Harry? Yeah, right.
Sweet, yeah. Yeah, I've told us about it, so we expect you to rock up and do the shots. Essentially,
Audio Jungle.
Short and getting short.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
No one said.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm not using this as my echo.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty much full watching.
I was like getting better.
Audio Jungle. 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 Audio Jungle.
With wheels, great. But all the wheels are so small.
Audio Jungle.
The wheels are only good enough to get over stairs, bits and pieces. So this, I'll fix that a bit. Laptop bag.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
taking it out of that, because that thing splits. I'm still getting audio into OBS, so that I can mix music into the room and finally get someone to actually do a hangout on my video chat. We can mix the audio back into the room so that people can hear the person they're talking to. Because it's all well and good to capture it on live stream. There's no way to output the audio out of OBS at the moment. It doesn't support it, so I can't run a computer and give the sound that I'm used to do. Because at our meetings, I never even want that. It's just capture the audio. Just go to set audio devices. That's the problem. So that out of here, Google Hangout won't do this entirely. Yeah, to the point, it's not the silence, it's not then detected as an audio device. When you plug in the full, it doesn't pop up as a HDMI audio device. Yeah, it's a different chipset entirely, a different product. Is this the 85 versus the C? So, yeah, very weird. Just been running with that. Yep. Because I had that mounted on there, but I had too many people up here, so I passed the microphone. I got it out. I didn't use it. Oh, yeah. That's been awesome. The camera, been on all day. In terms of sensor and everything else. Yep, so I had that on the battery pack. So I got the Bluetooth one on there. So that went flat. And then it started running off its own internal battery. So I put another battery back on it so that it keeps going. Yeah, got two of those GoPros. They got USB out. Got one on there. Yeah, the battery on the wireless converter is just going to go and go and go and go as well. So it's phenomenal in terms of battery life and stuff. Yeah, they've been fantastic, and now we're recommending it to everybody. Try and get something interesting going. Cut over the vision of them hacking away at something. So, I think you'll find interesting. What did I test? Audio, video latency. HDMI, wireless screen. We tested the cameras around it and everything else that we did out the weekend of testing it. So, I naively went, the box on the AV sender says 0 latency, so I'll just put it 250 milliseconds I'll do it with the camera. Pick a number. 1,000 milliseconds latency. 1 second. Wireless HDMI out of the camera into the Blackmagic. And that's only after incrementing it by 50 milliseconds at a time of watching the live stream. We think it's pretty much right. That's not using that. Yes and no. They do things a little bit differently with how they mix stuff. They'll plug audio into the camera and take the whole feed when they're doing stuff. Or there's no audio at all. But I took the camera outside, out there, got a shot of the external, it's wireless HDMI. So I had the big screen, all busy around. So all you'd want up from here is a second camera and a second wireless HDMI, so you can actually set the next shot up, cut to that, and then with the first camera move to a different shot, and then cut to that. At the moment I've got to cut to a wide shot, move the camera, or just make the camera move it. Yeah, a little bit stuck. So, it's been good pushing the limits over, yes. Script running in the background, which downloads copy of the text file, I guess, picks up tweets and stuff, auto updates text file, and then reloads and puts newer tweets at the bottom. When I got here Friday night, I went to Microsoft Word with XRSS, which is supposed to be Liam from Microsoft is going to Harris and Microsoft logo. So they came over to me with 5 minutes to spare saying, yeah, Microsoft logo, and everyone said, which Microsoft logo? Number one, because they changed the logos, and oh crap. Understand exactly the same spot. Of course, quickly go and do that. So Friday morning, I stand in the car and got a copy of what it looked like. Said, just make sure you're happy with it. This is where all the logos are. Silence. Fee rocked up last night and said, I've got a PowerPoint I want to put up on that screen. He's not set up for doing PowerPoints at all. Oh shit, how am I going to do a PowerPoint? Over in the corner support, so I've got HTML running on there to Twitter. See on the wall. I've never owned a fish eye. Handle it with gloves.
Yeah. Nah, it's been good. Like some of them are just.
So I feel that it would be nice to have on the shelf, but never have one in your room.
Yeah. But I reckon if I have this 35, 50, and 85, that makes sense.
Yeah, prime set.
Most times when you job I'm doing, you just do 24/7 and that gets in your way. Like, come out the street, then you then
I've got the 50 1.4 and then the 50 to 180. Yeah. 1700. Wide enough for
I'd like to get more tennis. Yeah, it's good, sir. I don't know if I'm just by getting that or getting a water house. No, it's too expensive.
the worst hobby to get into. Yes, there's no other level. I'm now starting to get into people with the studio stuff, so I've got back.
Yeah, it's starting to get the same thing. And then science crowd is like so much better. It always is, yeah. Like I've done stuff with it. I do a lot of work for Z Cancer, so stuff like these backdrops, flash dance, and we got outside of our land. I like that.
That's the way it goes. If you didn't bring it, then it'd be terrible. Taking all the gear, so unfortunately you have to go around the place. Oh wow. What's broken now?
We got a response from Louise about the LHI. The next meeting on Wednesday, we're going to invite you and Trevor. That's what I thought. Take the opportunity there, making some progress out of it. By the way, processes and procedures need to be reviewed.
He has another one on hold.
Sorry, you're right. That's what I mean.
With the crates there, I'm actually just going
Using the screen software on the web. Yeah, we're just doing some sample there when I get AI to learn plots. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's
Oh, right. So it
why I always do data
actually recognise
things happen.
the box.
When the first brand new and it's tiny.
Yeah, what's your take on
Yeah,
we'll give you the cost of the day. Hopefully, it's actually really lovely. The Raspberry Pi actually has an dedicated camera quality. Yeah, so
SSD, hard drive was on the way out.
That's what I need. Wireless comes to you.
easily replaceable.
Well, yeah, and
short space of time, all after that, will be
Longer than a year.
Well, yeah. Like computers that they're explained to us.
I mean,
I would want to
we just battles to try and get them to send in screws.
Chase it.
I was just talking to someone about it because I went and asked.
That's without putting any of the actual event sponsors in.
hang on. Oh, I was just looking at.
Yeah. And jugs there and yeah, I'll move down.
Did you try that?
More important, you get a decent shot.
So it is actually connected. So then we created this, so we created the app. So inside the app itself,
Well, don't know what happened.
the actual whim.
Fixers informed me that there's two people there.
Oh, really?
He's waiting to see if anyone else drops out.
Yep. Now let's go to your dashboard. Get on your dashboard. Yep. And what you want to do here?
Relearn it.
Go to yes.
Oh, you had to reset something?
Yeah, I got a couple more when I was.
I saw you had some sitting on your desk at the office there.
She was giving you one. Just have it convenient to have a few more. Those stays over, so it's just easier than this one. Anyway, I got one from Tyson. So the receiver in the garage where the remote and the roll the receiver's there.
Finally register.
And that wires back to the board. So what it's doing is triggering the buttons on the remote. And you've got to learn these things. Take the cover off the button, press. Yep. And then Tyson says, oh, just come in and press the first button. He says, I don't know if it matters what button you press. It does. You go to the top left button. You press the button sort of thing, and then the leg comes on. You press the button on there, and then
Scroll down to
Okay.
IoT.
So they're quite smart remotes then.
basically all it's doing is it's saying, they've got button 1, button 2, button 3, button 4. You tell it what you want it to be and what you want it to, and when it goes to learn, it just assumes
Once you space, yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4 is what you thought, and they're all the same. Each
Yeah.
remote has got a
What buttons did you push and it got upset?
well, end up pressing one of the other buttons, which was the bottom right. So what I was getting was what was kind of quirky was, and it changed the behaviour of all remotes. So what was happening is you could arm the building, you could disarm the building, you could do the roller door on my side. The other roller door was in the house.
Oh, oops. Did you set your alarm off then?
No, it was we went to go walking shopping. So I came through the garage that one, I had the remote and had that sort of open, and I went to walk outside, I sort of pressed the button, and it's like the alarm went on. Hang on, what's going on here? So I dropped him a text and
Create a device
no,
type.
it's like, he goes, well, what button do I press? Is there a way to reset this?
Oh, I see.
And before he responded, I thought, that button's on there. Bet if I press it, so we're going to a different mode. And he said, just wipes everything, and then you just got to get each remote going. Learning, press button, wait for it. Done. Learning, press button, wait.
So you can, you've got
So when yours turns up, it will not.
Well, we're doing dinner at my place Wednesday, so I'll make sure I
Example of
Remember,
because then we've got extra meeting Wednesday night as well.
so yeah, that's what you should say. Well, I let Tyson know.
Yeah. It's pretty. It's good latency. one up from this is $15,000. So this is an unbelievably cheap entry into the market for them.
Now that you've got that, right, you're going to say, right, there's only one device type you've chosen. So this allows you to create multiple different types, which means that then you can start updating over the fly, you don't burn the wrong thing on the wrong. So more higher one or something like that. So this is going to be the ideal.
So you don't get this guy.
But it will identify.
How did you get in contact with them? I called him and
He rang the office. I was over at CLCA, spoke to Trevor. And Trevor said, right, this is great. We're going to be doing it tonight. So I went back. Trevor goes, oh, I got the CSD working out of 2 days. What a pain in the ass.
Right, so this stuff is stuff that you need
on
to
Android.
remember and configure in your Raspberry.
What you had was part of the story.
Yeah, okay.
There's more to it.
Exactly.
But I've got,
That code
I'll do it on my phone and screen capture each one.
Yep.
Absolutely.
And then it'll go and change. Yeah.
The general procedures basically the same with the manual. But anyway, so when Tyson was the mix of the two,
Raspberry Pi, so get rid of the IoT.
those extra relations. Oh, we've done that way. You can somebody else was yeah. So he gave me the business card.
The
He
ID
gave me 3 months.
is
Said, oh,
the
get all that way. Give me enough business.
Gotta stop doing that.
I don't pay for more.
I know, yeah, there's lots of things.
And the token.
And he wanted to start giving us commission on some of the monitoring stuff as well. I said, no. You're giving us heaps. And just doing cabling right is the biggest thing we need.
With guy,
So he rang back because I called him? So he must have got my email I sent him and stuff then. So at least there was some useful in my contact. I just never received anything, and then you said, spoke to him, like, what?
Okay.
yeah, so, anyway. Tyson had mentioned about someone else that had done whatever alarm stuff and it made right little mess of it or whatever, and then came in and it was just done.
To the where was
And so when I took about phone systems, I was saying, well, I could do one for you in the traditional way. But that's not what you do. The dollar value is Tyson had that right now. Security camera. But yeah, if someone can throw money at him, he'll catch it.
Yeah.
So that data is actually coming through. There you go, the events just starting to come through. Beautiful, connected.
I need to round
Done.
So he'll speak to us next week.
So anyway, so when Tyson was talking to me about this guy had some, so one was not rid of those, you know, one is
These guys are
done some
actually
sorts of glass and like, just crack, you know, come back with some other
everyone's been rushing on
Reflection of the edge of that. Anger's building thing up there. Very, very bright. All the windows are focusing it.
so didn't really go didn't fit the bill and just on the street file, you know, Tyson recommended us, Tyson does do it and Tyson recommends us, you know, what's the best we recommend him. So we said, all right, had you avoided in the past, you know, that's all right, blah, blah, blah. And he's saying, well, you know, that's all right. So he said, well, my whole office runs this like this. We're bigger than your company, mate.
Yeah.
So it's not this
The only other thing you'll need to do is if you're using no red.
Yeah, like just come around the corner and see us.
So
he's down at
you want to now actually connect this particular
We're going to send an email with his actual address so we can just do a service call on it. But he's down at Henry Street.
Hello.
So now, if you want to actually connect this device in your node
When?
red,
Oh, this weekend?
go to the node red corridor.
This weekend? Oh, well, I'm assuming it's a no. Sure, I'd love to go to the land. That's this weekend. We've already got so much else on.
There's the IT.
I'll let him know when he's
I would say that's all
Check
gold.
to make sure. Yeah, so
One of
that
them,
would
one
be
of us.
ID to make sure that it's actually now. Okay, authentication is not fixed up
Yes.
in there. So you want to actually edit that node and you want to change the properties of that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
I'm taking the actual node out. So what you
Yeah,
want to do is
my
actually,
old flatmate had that habit. And ended up buying ridiculous.
and now, instead of quick start, should drop down.
Down at the back of the yard behind him.
That's it. So authentication, you want to service.
Yeah.
And then, so these are your events, that's cool. And then inside the device ID, that's where you want to put in the I01. That's it. You've got your events and formats, that all looks good.
Well, it'd be worth my while. I can't imagine.
Yeah. Oh no, so that's cool. So you're just collecting the bio1 at the moment. Right, all types, that's okay. You pick a specific one, yeah. So now that should be, that's okay.
Trying to actually get some substance to what the hell's going on.
Input or
There'll be a bit of a rush towards the end again once we start actually.
And then when you get those up, then hopefully it should actually then start to show you. And hopefully,
That's it. All you need to do is have it at the top of a sort of.
if you actually now deploy that,
I'll be trimming up the video at the end to just bring it down to just
I'll leave you to it now. You're broadcasting. How we going?
Yeah, it's setting 0.
It's setting, so it is actually working though,
Oh,
but it's
yeah,
setting
well,
0. Okay. So we have it sending something, but it is setting 0.
Oh, yeah.
That's great.
I hope so. This actually on the IoT.
Yeah, walk around it. He's not recording that one at the moment.
You guys are waking up too, sorry.
When they wake up. Caden was so distraught this morning.
What's the system?
Mommy had to back it out because I still had.
Oh no.
This one at least has got 2 years.
You know how we had pin 7 before? Pin 6 and 11. Flash memory, and most measurements. We try to use these pins as IOs, but it's called the memory crash. So that was exactly what we had the first time. So we got 3 and 4.
Evidence. I'm going to steal what's chili beans. She went to get lunch.
It is well. So yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yes. So basically,
Is it real estate or just finance? Or I couldn't really make out.
You get a calls to mobile, or you can have internet option one of the gates. But that with the real estate offices, they can all run out of the same phone system. You know, by the way, they can be off an app on their smartphone too, for that matter. And we can do on premise, but it's cloud based. Premise is higher up front costs. Just buying it all outright yourself.
Yeah.
Over whatever versus go cloud based and higher up front. And then
Choice.
I represent
guy who pulls their laptop in and out. So like, it'd be cool if it was just,
Yes.
if it was more of like a,
But then,
it wasn't,
yeah, because
it was more snappy here, and this was made redundant, and it would just be able to slide in, and then this bit here would be more Velcro.
Velcro. Yeah, it's weird that doesn't, because this one does Velcro and clips. It's got both.
Yeah, I wish this one had it, and the option to remove these, because just being able to rip it open and pull it out is just,
Yeah, I can't remove it.
It's actually,
I think they,
no, it's
I don't
on.
even marry it, but I can just use Velcro if I
It
want.
is on Friday.
yeah. I think they're getting, their designs are slowly getting there, but like, yeah, just from a, having this as like a part of this.
Well, that's just the standard messenger bag.
Yeah.
They're all that sort of flat.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, one of the guy that manages Microsoft up in Queensland really loves like sailing, and he's made a bag, like a messenger bag, out of like a sail.
Okay.
It's like this really weird like material. It's like waterproof, so it's just lined the inside with this like really nice sort of like felt kind of stuff. And yeah.
One of a kind.
I used to be a designer, so I brought that into IT. Are there any more power outlets anywhere?
I've got a power board over here, if you're long enough.
I don't know if I can do.
You might have to slide over this side.
Yeah, we can always swap one. I don't need, no, I don't need to see it.
Right.
So I can do that.
I mean, we're supposed to, the idea is it's not just a tablet, just bring it back.
Okay, so good. Oh, thank you.
Stole your screen. Oh.
Helps us configure it.
So you win the collaboration award.
I'm going to steal their lighting machine. See how many knowledge on this.
What do you do with yourself?
Not enough.
Oh, nice. Oh, what in? Like, what specifically?
So this is my box.
Oh, cool. Nice. Is it just like an IT services business or?
Yeah, ICT.
Okay. Do you do much like hosting and stuff like that?
That's the same we're doing the Azure stuff.
Oh yeah. Okay. Awesome. Cool. Slowly getting better, but not as many crashes as there used to be. But
We haven't had a crash on so.
haven't you? Oh, good. Awesome. Oh, nice.
3CX.
No, I'm not too sure about that. It's more like telephony space stuff.
Yeah, it's easy. Avoid. Phone system visual webcam.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Yeah. There's a big play happening at the moment in corporate with yeah, big spike for business play with Telstra.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a big play there. Yeah, we've got this really cool guy that's come in. Used to work for Cisco. He's like been the latest guy we've brought into Microsoft. He's from South Africa, and he's like yeah, like started a company out. I think got bought by Cisco, and then he was into Cisco telephony for a while. And now he's like gone full digital. He's like working with us for Skype and stuff now. So I don't know what he does. It's kind of like secret agent or something. But I'll probably get a coffee with him and find out what he's doing. He's like really strategic position. But yeah, Skype for business is yeah, I reckon the next 3 years.
Hosted versions coming later this year for people doing like local VoIP numbers at the SDN and everything else that's not now with SDN. So
Right.
all you want to do it is have your own full stuff as a server on-premise switching appropriate for small clients.
Yes. Especially if they're setting up new infrastructure.
Q3 2016 was getting into those things.
Yeah, so our version for now is
Yeah, no more services.
yes.
Yeah, yeah, that makes a lot more
Exactly what
sense.
I was waiting for. Thank you.
Yeah.
Basically,
vendors. We're trying to push more of our clients to cloud hosting. So
Yeah.
no one process at the moment we've had no end of trouble getting copper this half reasonable.
Not too bad.
The router that's in there can only do 320 megabits. It runs out of CPU. That's fast. That's not a problem.
Yeah, well, I mean, going over to a co-working space out on Kent Town, it was set up by the internet guy, what's his name, Simon. Yeah, and it's got a gigabyte internet going into it. So there's a few interesting companies doing some work out of there. But yeah, because I have a side business as well, actually, that Microsoft knows all about, but the problem we're facing at the moment is there's not enough GPU compute out there at the moment. There's a lot of stuff we're doing. So we've got this. Luckily, we've got a machine that has like a graphics card that's perfect for the type of processing we need. But it's just not enough. So I've got us into a beta GPU compute cluster that's coming out. I don't want to try to hopefully by next month.
NVIDIA have been pushing them.
Yeah, NVIDIA's going to make such a... they're going to be the biggest they've ever been soon. They're even doing their own trying to push their own languages for this stuff now. Because no one's got the capacity to produce graphics cards really like NVIDIA. They're just kind of coming around and going there it is. And now we're realising that neural networking and a lot of image training stuff, CPUs just aren't the right architecture for it. And GPUs are now just getting huge demand. They give you a lot with only people with capacity to supply this. So now it's
You standard are like 128 or 200 parallel processors basically, streams as they're called. So the boxes they're coding for the one I use. The streams and they're parallel processors. A lot of the neural stuff doesn't have a whole lot of clock speed, you need just a huge amount of parallel.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Yeah, so even Intel doing their 8 or 32 core bits and pieces at stupid clock speed.
Especially when you found the right training set, and it's just time on compute now, and you're waiting to hit that law of diminishing returns of accuracy. That's fire up the GPUs. Yeah, so especially when you're doing training problems, and anything unsupervised as well. Where you're still trying to find that law of diminishing returns of compute power and accuracy. Like, it can end up taking you a couple of days on even a really good graphics card to get something that you could just scale up over a couple of hours and scale back down again and have what you want. So Amazon's been really reading that, and now Microsoft's got its own smart coming out pretty soon out of incubation and into private beta. So that'll be really interesting to see which way that goes.
Creepy shit.
It's just creepy, isn't it? Did you want to do a on-camera interview with him now?
Sure.
At the end of the day, it's like,
You always got.
Full of lollies.
Yeah, she'll use that.
Yeah, no, my Microsoft picture is clippy. We have this like in the cork. We have this huge Skype directories. A lot of our partners.
This is Robert's little cosmic ray detector. It's a cosmic ray detector. It's hooked up to
Yeah, so everyone has this really professional. Easiest way to get attention in a large organisation. That's what I said. I was like, you need to get rid of Cortana and just make it. And like the senior leadership team. Move past flipping off taking orders or something. But taking the piss.
Part of these fields is most moderated, so either it's settled straight away and people can report it, or it's taken out, or there's a moderator gets notified.
Machine learning to
So that's one element. The other element of it is just the standard useful services. So current weather, schedules, where the notice board is. But there's also play local column. So when you're sitting down at the bus stop, the thing is, right, our office is sitting right next to a bus stop. We've got now this function, street frontage. Doesn't mean anything big, but rather people want to stick something useful.
And as it goes, these machines continue
Oh, yeah, hang out. Oh, yeah, they're going to be. Yes.
That's not a problem. If it started going berserk, if it went berserker, let's all go down to the council's bomb shelter.
Be worried if all the squares line up at once.
Yeah. So what have you got programmed to MIDI control?
This is a cosmic ray detector.
Oh yeah, but it doesn't have sound.
Yeah, we've got a lot of consoles here.
This is an area of
Alright, so we're using Max MSP for the sound. We're using processing, so inside here we have an Arduino Mega that's taking the output pulses from each of the tubes, different axes, Y and X axis. That transmits the data over Ethernet, so it's an Internet thing. We have one schema that splits the data off into two ports, one to run the graphics and one to run the sound. And then we have a MIDI mapper software that maps the data from this to the live sound. There's a collaborative thing with a guy I know in the US who's
say written the music, as in given the sound
Well, he's written
profiles for the music?
the scheme.
So every one of the boxes that lights up runs another little bit of music that then collaborates. So
Right, so it's a song.
yeah, I didn't write it yet.
Yeah, so this is the raw output.
It's
So
gonna cross both X and Y and then produce the dot and then be able to output.
So in here we have gamma sensitive Geiger tubes. They're long ones, they run down here. So we've got 9 of them running down this way.
Yeah.
So there's a metal plate, another metal plate, and then there's another 9 Geiger tubes going this way.
Right.
So when a muon passes through the metal plate, through the Geiger tube, through the metal plate, through the next Geiger tube, we get an activation. So this line along here is the output of this row, and this line here is the output of that row.
Right, okay.
And when we have a coincidence between the top and bottom row, so a muon just passed through there. So this is kind of 81 pixel cosmic ray camera.
You know, it'd be really interesting doing a time series on this and seeing if it is truly random or if there's bias in the grid somewhere.
Well, if you took it globally, most of the cosmic rays come down through the poles because the magnetic fields, muons are affected by magnetic poles, magnetic fields. That's why I'm using brass plates, not steel plates.
Oh, but I mean, like in a localized region, you know, like if you were to analyze that, store all that data, and look at the probability that a certain box will flash, and then see if the probabilities are similar.
My next project is another Internet of Things. This is not my next project. I'm building a cosmic ray detector that's 1 pixel that has a GPS timestamp.
Right. Okay.
Right? I'm using silicon pin photodiode, so I get an energy resolution.
Yeah.
Similar principle. So you get a timestamp and a detection at a certain energy level. And then to try and make this as cheap as possible, so I can deploy a whole row of them heading up across the suburbs. So you're hooking it up to the Airstream network and putting a detector on all the nodes.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And then through Meridian Drift, building up a picture of the cosmic sky.
Yeah, so you can actually be able to actually see the intensity of cosmic rays with respect to direction that you're facing in the galaxy. That's really interesting.
That's the long-term plan.
Yeah.
And also making it open hardware so that others can build them in other countries.
Yeah.
So eventually just cover the whole world with its pipe dream. I'm almost imagining you could actually build a continuous. And there are other projects that are doing that now. I actually, because I've been doing this for about 10 years now, I have a lot of correspondence with physics teachers because they teach this in school. It's a very good teaching thing. And they build a simple detector because I've got drawings to do. And there's a guy, he's an electrical engineer at CERN, who's just built a Raspberry Pi detector that does the time stamping, the electronic side of it.
Yeah.
He hasn't developed the detector side of it. So I'm going to share my pin diode detector system. He's working with photobutterflies and simulator panels, which is quite inexpensive and very inaccessible. We could build a Raspberry Pi detector with, in a little box, and you plug it into the internet. Somebody builds a server to read the data.
Yeah, that's incredible. Wow.
I'm almost wondering if you could create, not only use that to do like output programming from it, but also the synthesis of the sound that it also outputs. So if you've got, for instance, if you've got,
what you get here is just click, click, click. It's just on off.
Yeah, onto this, right?
Yeah.
But then these represent so this square here, this square here. An artist has put a sound or something on each of those, haven't they? Or is it a synthesizer that's taking like a?
It's more complicated than that because some of the sound textures actually, if you have so you'll get different sounds here, but if you get multiple, you'll get a different sound. So
you combine different notes.
You're talking about energy. It's not energy level technically, but if you're getting more pixels lit, then that's just kind of an intensity. So that's taken into the so there's some software that's driving the MIDI as well. So it's a little bit more complicated.
Right, okay, because that's what I was imagining is, could you create the actual synthesis of sound textures using the same mechanism that's also driving the notes? And then you've got like something that's really pure.
So
it's essentially just
one of the
music.
when I first built this, I had a LED display on it. So I had a matrix of diodes that just measured, basically gave you that kind of graphic output. And then what I did is I built a gate array, so a whole mess of NAND gates, and I built a matrix, not 82, 81 pixels, because I bought a MIDI USB keyboard, split it open, drive all the keys by transistors, and redefined it into a matrix of 3x3, and then that would drive music directly, and I would then run a synth or something in the software, and that was my usual display. So I've got a YouTube channel with some old videos of how I used to do it. This is a couple of years old now. This is only this year. So the last few months we've just finished developing this because the artist has won a grant to do a big installation in the US.
See that one there is and that's interesting because that's what I mean. If you did a time series on it, you'd be able to find out if the probability was even across it.
I think it's entirely random because you look at that. Why, I've been watching that and not one those haven't flashed for about 3-4 minutes. Yet that one there constantly. So why that pass?
Actually, that would make sense, wouldn't it? Because that one is right at the edge, isn't it? So you'd be able to have a coincident. You have additional angles that can come in.
It's not perfect. By any means, this is not a scientific piece of machinery. It's a display piece. This is trundled out of every Science Alive show, every Maker Fair, every kind of show. I pull this out of my mind.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to rip into it at all. It's really cool. I'm just my statistics brain is just like, wow. Imagine what you could do.
That's exactly what I'm thinking too.
So basically, guide the tubes.
Like 5 minutes.
Guide the tubes are a low pressure tube. Basically, have we got a marker pen? I'll explain it to you.
Yes.
You've got the engineer and the scientist there.
I'm waiting for the third one. Oh, there it is.
You got it.
Yeah, that's like what I'm thinking about the piece of wood that gets fling. I was telling you.
What you got is a metal tube like this, and it's got a thin wire that runs through it like that. And on this you put a negative voltage, and on this you actually have a resistor and about 400 volts. So right here is 400 volts DC right now. However, it is through a 10 mega ohm resistor.
Oh, right, okay.
Right. And then we have a little decoupling circuit and some amplifiers and some conditioners and some amplifiers, and then it goes into the MIDI, into the Arduino. So each channel comes off like this. What's happening here is we've got a high potential in a low pressure vessel. So a thin wire. When an ionizing particle comes through and passes through, it creates an avalanche of ions, and they cascade, and eventually it kind of strikes. It gets a low resistance. So what happens? That's a high impedance, and so the voltage drops quickly from 400 volts. So what you get is this. So it's 400 volts, and then it drops, and that's your output.
Okay.
So that's how a Geiger tube works. the wire, the gas, the sleeve of the tube, the rubber insulation, the metal plates, the air itself, all matter decays, and it emits usually a gamma ray or a photon as a gamma ray, or a neutrino or a muon. So these things are happening all the time, but at very low levels, some more than others. So uranium does it quite a lot.
Well, do you think this area might be more sensitive than that area?
Yes. So these tubes, these are Russian tubes. They were made in the 70s. They're cheap. You can get big tubes and they're nice and cheap. So they're not high-end scientific. I buy a new tube this size, and I've actually had quotes from current manufacturers because they still make Geiger tubes and they're still very valid.
Yep.
Radiation measuring things. $350 US for one tube.
Jesus.
I bought these tubes and I've still got another dozen, a couple of boxes of them. I bought them at auction for $20. So I'm not quibbling about a little bit of random stuff. And we're filtering out some of the random stuff by using
coincidence.
The coincidence detection. We're only playing what is detected in the top and bottom layers. So yes, some tubes will be more active than others.
That's what I think.
But the only time we're displaying information is when we get one in the top and the bottom. And because they're arranged in a matrix, we can get some basic pixel information. So my high quality scientific one, the two tubes are encased in some lead. So drill 2 holes in a block of lead.
Yeah.
And that actually enhances its aperture because we get electromagnetic cascading in the lead when the neon passes through.
Yeah.
But it also reduces the amount of, and lead decays too, unfortunately. So it does emit things, but you get a lot of really good isolation, and so you get a high reliability. And then the electronics will actually, because this pulse is this gap's really variable. So then I would actually use some circuitry to say, as soon as I detect a level here going down, I'm going to give an output, I'm going to ignore the rest. So then you get much more accurate data.
So with that gap there, what is that gap? How does that gap correlate to? What does it correlate to? Is it the speed of the?
No, it's just the gas discharge.
Okay, that's
so if you want to improve the accuracy of a Geiger tube, you've got to do some pulse shaping.
Yeah. Okay.
So you get that pulse shaping because obviously you can improve the coincidence detection by making the pulses that come out of each tube much sharper and precise.
Yeah.
Because the time of flight of the muon is very fast.
Yeah, and then it takes time for it to propagate through the rest of the
tube. So you really want to try and get, so some background radiation may cause a coincidence because it occurred in this plate and a gamma ray flew out at both sides, and that's actually used in chemistry. They use that to measure certain elements of looking at coincidence.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And then they get a spectroscope. It's kind of it's like what we were talking about interferometry.
Oh yeah.
But it's using gamma ray.
Right. Okay.
Simultaneously.
Yeah.
And that's a very accurate method used in chemistry. But yeah, so you can pick holes in it. Definitely. Lots and lots of holes in it. Tubes. They're old tubes. Some of them fire more than others. But I'm pretty much confident that 90% of what you're hearing is a cosmic ray going through that device.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Then you just got a normal Geiger tube and you were measuring it and you heard a click on that Geiger tube.
Yeah.
You know, about 10% of those clicks will be a cosmic ray going through that tube.
Right, yeah.
Very good.
From Russia, you say?
Yeah, Russia's Ukraine actually.
Ukraine.
Best place to buy Geiger tubes. All sorts of shapes. You get neutron tubes. You can buy deuterium from there. All sorts of stuff.
If that's what you're interested in, depends how much money you got.
If you wanted to buy a piece of plutonium or depleted plutonium, you can buy it on eBay from the US.
Really? Are they the same with depleted? I heard that they were lining their battle tanks with depleted uranium. I'm pretty sure. What are they
It's a
saying?
very, very hard, dense metal.
Yeah, so really good for shielding from shells that are coming at you and things.
And if you buy an old Geiger counter from the US, you know, one of the old civil defense Geiger counters, generally the test source on the side is depleted uranium.
Right, okay, then, yeah.
A lot of people have got it, they don't even know. And I'm sure there's a lot of dangerous radioactive things in people's sheds that nobody knows, particularly in the US. I would not live there if you paid me. Because they used to sell this stuff. You know, you can buy lumps of uranium ore on eBay.
And fridges, they're lined with it as well.
Yeah. I used to make makeup with radon.
They used to put it in like toothpaste, so you could do your teeth and glow in the dark.
Really?
Yeah, that was like 1940s, 1950s. They found uranium and went, let's use this in everything.
Because there's a famous Festa pottery. It's an orange pottery. So if you ever come across an antique store and you see a bright red or bright orange pottery, you know, like plates and dishes, and it's bright red, and it was made in the 1970s or pre-70s, 60s, carnival glass. You've got a Geiger counter near that, and it's off the scale.
Really?
It's the green stuff as well.
Yeah, the green glass, yes.
As well, and that's all.
They use
looks
uranium.
great under UV.
Yes, that's a good way if you're going scouting for the antique stores. You take a little UV lamp. This Geiger counter's a bit suspicious. Shine UV on it.
What are you doing? Nothing.
Usually a green type antique glasses usually.
People collect it though. Cupboards full of just the green.
There's whole YouTube forums full of Geiger counter collectors and radioactive sample collectors. And
Well, there's a few people interested in the whole bed of Chernobyl.
Oh, you can go for tours to Chernobyl.
I remember reading, something came up on Facebook the other day, it was clickbait, so it might not be real, but apparently they were like going through one of the reactors there and there's like bare footprints on the floor of one of the reactors.
Okay.
How creepy is that?
Well, apparently there's bears in without shoes or
bears in like a person's bare feet walking on the bottom of a reactor.
That's pretty interesting.
Yeah. Well, apparently there's still a lot of people go into Chernobyl just to like basically just see stuff. Yeah.
Serial driver. It looks like a comfort. You can go sports and then
And what's the construction? Concrete or something or
So that's part of
Arduino, and it's actually ESP, so it actually has libraries on top of it. And then you've got the core authentication, which is the lowest level. So yeah, but it's the Arduino works fine. If you want like real control like this is what I'm doing, with analog to digital conversion, stuff like that, really tight.
Never say stuff like that.
So these guys, yeah, these guys do so it's 10 gig. These things here you can run 160 megahertz. So 80 or 160. So you can actually do quite a bit with that. What I actually found is in this it looks like
You have to say something pretty bad to get
the result of the ADC.
That's pretty damn bad.
So maybe they're making it up, I think it's 14.
No, I was waiting for it.
But that's not enough to on here it's got SPI, IoT, so for something that was high accuracy but say low speed, you guys just like to see 32 bits and convert. Well, I'm going to high speed, I'm going to use that for audio, and so I need 44 to 48 kilobytes, and so I can use SPI master stuff. So you can do like
high confusion.
file references, there you go. So,
Just rates working at reboot with a deck of 20 or less sentiment.
Just write it down in the Hackathon, like we do this, and there is a lot of research in now physical garbage on the internet. Garbage is not easy to now pictures of garbage.
It just seems like
and once you do that, then you actually use there's a Python file you can run that pull down all the that sort of stuff.
It actually has a camera in front, and what it's doing is it's looking at
Noise there's the pot. Yeah, so basically looking at IoT devices, sampling noise, and so basically doing essentially measuring noise. So basically that's sampling. One is
I'll ask you any questions you like. Shit as answers, but it's amazing how much difference this really makes. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. I need one. They're so handy. You just get to hold them.
It's cheaper once you get this one's dual LED. You can run off a battery, but I've got power supply.
Friends been like an interview today. Wait, that's got an app to control the brightness. You're kidding. It's so handy. How do you just run up with Bluetooth sort of?
Yeah, just Bluetooth. So that's all you need to on the phone.
So impressive.
It's the same.
$100.
So the light's $70 and that's plus 30. If you've got your Sony batteries, they clip on the back, then you wouldn't need those. But yeah, two-tone LED, so it's got
Pumpkins in you. Oh, just change the wall.
so you can get the temperature right. It's fairly bright. Yeah, that comes off.
Where'd you buy it from? Where'd you buy that from?
It's just a Yahoo thing.
Oh, is it? Yeah, sweet.
I had another cheapie.
Yeah, sorry.
I had another cheapie.
Sorry. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it went out of smoke. Using it one day.
Yeah?
But that was like a $4 so this is not much more expensive. I've used the Lego.
Yep.
I've used those for some production live there, but they're like $250 a lot. Once I found this one, let's give it a go. Adjust the brightness of both coarse and fine settings.
So, and the answer is
So you can adjust. I've got Sony batteries like this.
I just turned it on or off? I've turned it on. Okay. Okay.
Check.
So, how have you been finding today?
It's been great. Been a lot more hands-on than I thought I would be. I thought I'd be running around just pointing at stuff, but I've been hands-on and got in and programmed a few devices, and someone handed me some sensors, and so I connected all of those up. And,
Nice. I've seen some of the tags going around the place. They're pretty cute. They're also red, which is the same colour as my bus, so I want some.
Yes.
Have to steal some of those off you later.
I've only got one. It went very quickly.
It did, and to a good cause,
Yes.
so that's good. Not that we're issuing any favouritism at this stage.
No.
Harsh judging environment to come. Yes, they have another 20 minutes, I think, before they hand stuff over to us.
Yes. No, actually, my colleague Kathy unfortunately had to leave, but she's in control of the Global Entrepreneurship Program, which is a prize that we are offering to a worthy entry. And so I've been looking around and looking at what entries are the most worthy. And I've actually just texted her to say, did you think of any ones in particular that you particularly liked? I think they're all very good entries, so it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough.
Well, you wishing you were on the judging team now, so then you can sway things a little.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Although it's also good if you give a prize to one and we give a prize to a different one, because then everybody wins.
Correct.
Well, although we need a third prize. We do have a third prize, because now we have the Hackerspace prize.
Yes.
Which we're thinking of calling Miss Congeniality.
That's very good. I like that. That's great. No, I think, the prize that we're offering is the prize that hopefully will allow someone to take their idea and turn it into something real and potentially commercial or deployable in, a commercial way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Whether they do it, as a free application, or whether it's actually a application they make money from.
Yeah.
We don't mind.
Yeah, and they've all got that potential.
Exactly, that's right. And I think all of them actually are great community type projects. So I'd be hoping that, the councils or cities would take up that. So it would be good.
Excellent. And so how regularly are you involved with hackathons and these sorts of initiatives?
So between Kathy and myself, we've probably done about 30 around Australia. And,
fantastic.
So this is nice. It's very intimate, a very small hackathon compared to some of the ones.
Yeah.
The ones that we often get involved in are massive, and you just don't get time to actually sit and talk and interact as much. It's often you're sort of up on stage showing a few things, and then you just get dragged around and spend a couple of minutes with each team and not much more. So it's nice that I've been able to spend an hour here and an hour there, which is good.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, maybe next year when we do it again, we'll do like a game jam kind of style. So we'll have the 24, 48 hour intense things with sleeping bags in corners and pizza boxes everywhere. We're missing the pizza boxes, aren't we? It's not really a geek environment.
Lollies.
That's where they came from.
IBM provided all of the
excellent.
If that's the only thing we did, we provided sugar.
I always find that I eat too much of the sugar, and then I have this massive high, and then a massive drop afterwards.
That's right. Very true.
So where do you think these sorts of initiatives and the relationships between IBM are going to be going in the future? Do you think we're going to be carrying on in these sorts of models, or do you think we might be firming up some of these relationships? So
the whole thing with what Kathy and I do is we're actually running a global entrepreneurship program.
Yeah.
And the whole point of this is to actually encourage startups and encourage communities to actually embrace the Internet of Things and the cloud platforms, and so this is where we have the ability for startups to actually use something like IBM Bluemix without actually charging anything, without having a cost. And we have the entrepreneurship programs, which it's $24,000 worth of 12 months of program that allows you to take your ideas and turn them into a reality. And the whole intent for that is startups and people with an idea that they want to sort of chase down and see if it's worthwhile. And, so I actually think this is very much the future of what we're doing.
Yeah. And do you think there might be some future partnerships with Hackerspace and Fab Lab in terms of being those sort of incubation spaces?
We absolutely do, and we have them in other states and other countries. So yes, definitely.
So we can essentially call this a verbal contract that you're now going to work with. Excellent. My work here is done.
I'm just a technical person, so really I have no authority whatsoever, but that's fine. I'll say it.
Yeah, we've had in terms of the the Mini Maker Fair, we've had good relationships with Intel over the years as well. So, you know, there's great opportunity for this sort of, because there's such a big spectrum there of different levels of entry to different markets. And so, you know, you need the tinkerer spaces to be the consistent regular ones with these hotspots of activity around actually going, okay, let's put it to market and see how that goes.
Well, I mean, we've already been involved in Adelaide. At the end of last year, we actually had the Connected City Music Challenge.
Right.
And we were involved in that. And in fact, at the end of that, we had two teams who came up with really good ideas, and we actually awarded 2 prizes.
Great.
And one is actually an organisation that is already well and truly on the way, and they already had an application out there and were doing things. But the other one is actually a uni student, and he's going into his final year of uni. And I said to him, you know, do you do an industry-based project? He said, yes, I've got to come up with one. I said,
You just did.
He's like, oh, yeah. So that's really exciting. You know, he's a guy still at uni with a great idea.
Can you tell us what the idea is, or would you have to kill us?
No, I would have to kill you, unfortunately.
Oh,
That's right,
shucks.
yes. And unfortunately, because we're streaming, there's a lot of people I'd have to kill. So. No, that was a very successful program, and we were very excited to actually be involved in that. And the fact that we had, you know, an established team, but also a student with an idea.
Yeah.
You know, and now, hopefully, he will be able to actually, you know, turn that idea into reality, but also use it as part of his, you know, university course.
Yeah, credits and cash.
It is.
Best of both worlds. Excellent. So what would you like to see from future iterations of these sorts of labs? Do you think there are ways that the format can be developed, extended?
I think what you're doing here is great. I actually think, from our perspective, we would love to see more, like our platform is the software side of the IoT equation. So we very much, you know, we think it's great that, you know, Microsoft is along, and we can use the Microsoft, you know, Windows 10, we can use any IoT type device. So we would love to see Cisco and Intel and other hardware vendors come along, and, you know, we actually have partnerships all the way through, and also I think other cloud platform providers as well. You know, it would be great it's good to have a selection.
Co-opetition.
Absolutely.
If everybody cooperates, then we actually build a sector that can compete with other things.
That's right.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
really, it's not even competition as such. You know, we integrate a lot with all of the other platforms, and we offer different things that people will use pieces of, even if their application is primarily on some other platform. They actually do use bits of ours in the app. I mean, one of the big ones that we talk about is the idea of cognitive IoT, and our cognitive platform is Watson, which some people know as the computer that won Jeopardy, but we've done a lot more with Watson since then.
Yeah.
And we have 20 APIs, you know, available inside Bluemix, and people can feed things in and out using, you know, IFTTT or MQTT or other protocols from other platforms. It's not, you don't have to base on Bluemix.
Yeah. No, Bluemix, it does look like an interesting platform, and just, you know, chatting with some of the guys who are doing some work in progress using it directly, I've been going, oh, I could use it for these sorts of things, which is always fun. Have you ever found people, because I'm always interested in the subversion of technology. That's kind of, you know, I entered the space through being interested in what mobile technology potential was back in 2000. Well, I'd done other geeky stuff before that, but that was kind of where I kind of went, this is a thing I'm going to spend years playing with, because I could see the potential for the market. And essentially what we were doing then was just looking at what are the limitations of the technology and what makes that interesting from a creative potential perspective. And so, very often we'd be sort of subverting systems that had been designed for corporate purposes and just going, but if we did that with it, then it would be a really fun thing creatively. And of course, along with that comes the responsibility of, like I was in a talk last weekend at the National Gallery of Victoria looking at the Ai Weiwei Andy Warhol exhibition. And so we were talking a lot about art, technology, institutions, and the whole kind of social change aspect, and where all of these things fit together or fall apart. And Tom Uglow from Creative Google Labs was there, and so we were chatting about the responsibilities that you might have in terms of you're creating an idea as an artist, which could actually have some negative ramifications if it was to be put into other areas.
Yep.
So have you ever had people who've subverted your technologies and used them in ways that you've not really wanted them to do?
I think there's always the possibility of doing that. I think one of the interesting things I've found is the use of technology that people often see as being in a negative way, but using it for positive purposes.
Yeah.
So, for instance, almost everyone carries some sort of mobile device, some sort of smartphone, something that's Wi-Fi enabled. Now, you can find out a device ID, and you can track people's devices through a device ID. Now, that often has negative connotations.
Yeah.
But imagine if you were someone who was walking through a dark park and you had the street lights were connected and able to actually detect a Wi-Fi client and detect your location. And then be able to actually detect that there was someone with a device who's walking through the park at midnight, and all of a sudden that device stops for quite a period of time, or goes away from a path and stops there. You know, if you could detect that and then call the police on your behalf, or call someone just to drop by, just to see that, you know, everything's okay. You know, you don't need to know who it is, but if there's someone with a device and that device stays there for an awful long time, it's either been dropped or something's happened.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking of that kind of functionality, but I wouldn't want a stranger phoning the police on my behalf. You know, maybe I've decided to go and have a wee in a bush. You know, that might be my reason.
For an hour and a half or 2 hours or 3 hours.
Well, it depends.
Maybe there are other things going on, and maybe you will be a bit embarrassed, but then maybe, you know, that person or people would next time get a room or something. Sure, there are innocent causes for that.
Yeah.
But, you know, at 1 or 2 in the morning, if someone's stopping for an hour or 2, you know, the likelihood is maybe no good's come to them, you know.
I mean, I was wondering about a system where, for much that same scenario, that, you know, you're walking through a street, it's late at night, there have been alerts about dodgy people in the area lately, and so you're kind of like, I don't want to not walk home because I don't want to feel that I'm depowered to own my own space.
So maybe you can deliberately register your device.
Exactly.
Track me for the next 15 or 20 minutes.
And if a message, you know, here are my safe friends list, and if I don't, I'm just going to start this timer now, and if I haven't if I haven't stopped the timer myself, just send a ping of my last geographic coordinates to these people just to let them know. I mean, you know, I live in the bus, and so there are times when I go off on ridiculous drives and I'm like, just to let you know that I am here at the moment and my destination is hopefully going to be there, and hopefully this time I'm probably going to be out of phone range, but I just want you to know that this was the last time I was in this location, okay? If you don't hear from me for another fortnight, maybe send someone to look. Exactly. Yeah.
So, you know, that's one sort of thing. I mean, another thing would be, you know, connected homes and, you know, an alarm system that reports back to base.
Yeah.
Now, if you've got alarm systems with infrared detectors or motion detectors in a house, and you have an elderly person, and you can actually detect the fact that they are meant to be in the home, but none of the detectors have actually gone off at all, then maybe, again, you should be notifying someone to just check on them and make sure they're okay.
Yeah.
Or maybe there's sensors to indicate that the fridge door is open.
Yeah.
You know, and that the front door is open.
Or that the gas is on.
Or the gas is on, that's right. Or that the stove has been turned on and it's been left on for 2 hours and there's no motion in the house. There's a lot of things you could do there that if you had something that was able to actually look at what normal behaviour constituted in terms of motion and movement around the house, and this is exactly the sort of thing that, you know, Watson can do, work out what the baseline is, work out what normal is and normal patterns of behaviour, and then any deviations from normal, it says something's not right, let me just check out. You know? Maybe send an SMS or ring on the phone to say, you know, is everything okay, you know?
Or a fitness app that says you haven't been moving very much lately, you need to do more. Exactly. Never mind a pedometer that you wear on your wrist, but something that's actually, no, you've literally been sat down. maybe you're working to, maybe it's this sitting down, but even so, actually get up, do something.
Do something. That's
I'm going to shut down your laptop until you've actually gone for a walk.
Exactly. Yes. But no, so I think there are a lot of uses for connected technology that can really assist us. But of course, there's always an opportunity, with assisting people is to go the other way as well. So and I think that's part of the collective social responsibility to make sure that things like that, aren't endorsed or don't happen.
Yeah. So would you, as a company, shut down a service that was using Watson if it was doing something that not necessarily illegal, but maybe illegal. I was talking last night about the anti-protest laws. So, if we were to as we are, finding alternative ways of being able to step up and raise awareness about particular issues, or being able to have those sort of physical mass demonstrations, but not necessarily being on the streets doing them. If we were using systems like Watson, and that was technically considered by the government to be breaking the law, would that be something that you would be forced to shut that down, or would you be like...
That's a really good question. And when you sign up to most of these platforms, you actually, as part of the agreement, it says you're going to use this for the right kinds of things and not the wrong kinds of things.
But if the right kind of thing is...
to shut down something like that, but we don't monitor necessarily all of the things. It would have to be brought to our attention.
Yeah.
But even then, we don't necessarily have the power to investigate because we make sure the data is secure. And part of that security is that we ourselves don't have access to that data, that we are not allowed to have access to that data. And in fact, with a lot of certifications, we have authorised people only, and we don't touch the data. So it would be very, very difficult for us. Well, we don't monitor.
Yeah.
So first of all, it would be very difficult to find it for ourselves.
Yeah.
Because the nature of what we do, we guarantee that your data is secure and we don't look at it.
Yeah.
So if it was brought to our attention, then we would have to actually investigate it more. But then, how far could we investigate?
Yeah.
But it's like the whole the Apple and FBI.
Absolutely. Well, this is it. You don't come up in the Big Five list, which is, a shame for you possibly in some ways, but good for us, I think.
Yeah. No, it's interesting. I mean, I think a lot of us, from my own personal opinion, I actually think Apple was doing the right thing by saying, well, no, this device is meant to be secure. And it's interesting when you look at what happens in a case like that, because the very first thing that the defence lawyers will ask, if Apple did get into the device, and then if Apple did find information that was actually strongly, prejudicial against the defence, the first thing the defence will ask is, we want independent and full and open evaluation of exactly the technique you used, and you need to provide your code, and you need to provide samples, and you need to do this. And so all of a sudden, that exploit becomes public domain.
Yeah.
And so it's very interesting now to see that the FBI has turned around and said, we've managed to do it, thanks very much. And then Apple has said, we would like to know how you did it so we can close that loophole. And the FBI is saying, I don't think we want to tell you.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah, I hadn't heard about that bit. That's fascinating.
And so now the shoe is almost on the other foot.
Yeah.
Should a government institution who has found an exploit, there are people who do that. Ethical hackers find exploits, point out holes, and they do it to make things better for everyone. Apple has refused to open up the iPhone because they know that in doing so, it would mean that they would eventually be forced to publish exactly how that was done. And now the FBI has done it and said, no, we're not going to tell you.
That's got to be illegal, but it's probably not. It's probably just immoral or unethical, because that tends to be the...
One thing you know for sure is that now the Apple folks are saying, well, if it can be done, we're going to pen test, we're going to go through and make sure that we find that same exploit.
Yeah.
And of course, everyone else is saying, we're going to find the exploit too. So I just hope that there are ethical hackers out there that do find the exploit and do allow Apple to close it, because they've said, we will close it if we find it.
Yeah. Well, there's enough ethical hackers out there, so I think we'll be safe. Yeah.
Yes.
Doesn't take.
It's an interesting conundrum.
Yeah, definitely. Unfortunately, quite a lot of those conundrums we have to deal with these days.
Exactly. Exactly. I think that's one of the things that we're finding at the moment in terms of connected devices, and we're doing a lot of work in securing those devices. So our Bluemix IoT platform, it allows secure communication between the device and the platform. You register the device to the platform so that the device only will talk to that platform if that's what you've intended, and the platform will only have access to that device. And so then it becomes a choice of, do you publish that information, in other ways or not. But the other thing that we're doing is we're using blockchain technology to guarantee the provenance of information backwards and forwards. So in the same way that the financial sector uses blockchain to guarantee the provenance of transactions and financial transactions, to say that this is the person who actually authorised this transaction, we can do the same thing using messages backwards and forwards to connected devices. And blockchain is very, computationally, it's quite inexpensive, so it works very well in a limited resource device.
Yeah.
And it means that you can guarantee that the data that comes back from the device is real, and that the commands going to the device are also real. I mean, when you think about it, let's imagine that you had connected devices around a dam, and someone was able to impersonate the devices to say that the water level was too high, and then your control program said open up all the valves. Or you impersonated the other way and said open up all of the valves. So there's a lot of things that you need to know, that the information you got, A, is secure, but also B, is from the trusted source.
And generally finding trust these days. We were talking about trust earlier with Dr. Grills, and that's largely been the way that these communities have evolved, is because of those trust networks. But the more we automate systems, the less human trust there is there.
Yeah.
Interesting times.
See, it's interesting from our perspective. When you automate systems, then the data is what the data is. And so I actually think it means that there's less need for trust. It's actually you got the data, you observe, it's up to you to decide what to do about it. And this is one of the areas that I do a lot of work in, is in agile project management and working with projects. And I used to talk about the fact there are 3 styles of project management in any project, in particular IT projects. You have black box project management, where no one has a clue what's going on and they make something up.
Yeah.
Then you've got white box, where people do know, but they whitewash it and make something up. And then you've got clear box. It is what it is, and you make the decision whether you're going to ignore the data and carry on, or actually be proactive and change the way the project is executing and maybe stop the project. But it's funny, project managers are sort of rewarded for dragging projects, kicking and screaming over the line, over budget, over time. If you have a project manager who's successfully stopped 10 runaway projects, they won't be hired over someone who can drag a bad project over the line, even though it cost the earth to do. It didn't actually deliver on benefits.
You don't think maybe we'll start building some better systems for evaluating projects based on ethics and morals?
That's what we intend to do. I mean, this is one of the things with the rapid iterations in an agile project. The idea is you build something that's real to demonstrate that the idea either is a good idea or not a good idea, and that you very quickly decide, will we keep going or will we stop? And you spend just enough time and money and resources to get to the point to decide whether or not it's worth going further.
Yeah, because there's that kind of educational strategy, I guess, of you split a group in 2, a design group, and you say, okay, you side for this whole semester, you're going to build as much as you make as much as you possibly can. Just chuck them out there, no thought about quality or direction or anything, just chuck out the ideas, and you have to make one perfect piece. And at the end of the semester, you get them all together, and generally the group who've been told to make one perfect piece are tearing their hair out and hate everything, and it's awful and it's never going to work. Even if it was a good idea, they've just destroyed it by trying to tinker with it and not leaving it alone. And this group have come up with hundreds of perfect ideas, but have just kept on going. And so there are thousands of ideas in there. Each one of them could be evolved into being something that was a perfect idea. I think we need much more of that sort of functionality within our organisational structures.
Well, these are what the hackathons are great for doing. If you have a hackathon where you get several hundred people in a room, you get 25 or 30 ideas. Now, some of the ideas are kind of crazy, but you'll end up with a handful of really, really good ideas, and good ideas that maybe maybe the team that came up with them doesn't have the business acumen to potentially commercialise it,
Yeah.
or to take it further, or to make it into a community project. And
Yeah.
so this is very much where we use the entrepreneurship programs to foster that and say, this is actually a really, really good idea. You need to take this further and complete it. And we give them, the virtual cash to do it, but we also introduce them to people who, could actually make that idea real if, the clients don't necessarily have the wherewithal.
Yeah.
I mean, the Connected City Music Project is a good one there, because the young uni student came up with a great idea, but he's not an IT person.
Yeah.
So we're actually looking at another startup who wants to become trained in Bluemix. And so we're saying, well, okay, you're a startup that wants to be coders for hire on the Bluemix platform. We'll train you on the Bluemix platform if the first thing you do is actually do this guy's idea as part of paying us back.
Yeah, fantastic.
And so that's the sort of thing where we're helping the startup be commercially successful, and training and mentoring them, and in turn they're going to make this young guy's ideas be successful as well.
That's great.
Yeah. And it's all about helping each other, and especially in the startup community. I think a long time ago I ran my own business, and it was very successful, which meant that ultimately it failed, because it was just me and I was an IT guy. And I think it was part ignorance and part arrogance that I thought that no one would want to run my business. And now in hindsight, if I had to do it again, the very first thing I would do is I'd hire a sales team, I'd hire a manager, I'd do my geek thing, because that's what I love doing, and that's where I think I can add some value. But I certainly couldn't add value in churning out invoices and going on sales calls and stuff like that. And so that was where I think, I failed really badly, because I was working 7 days a week, and probably half the stuff I was doing was stuff I hated doing.
Yeah.
But I thought was important to run a successful business.
And in some ways it is, but it's so much more important for someone else to do it. Absolutely.
That's right.
And this is
for a lot of startups, they've got great ideas, but maybe not the mechanics to be able to build it themselves.
Yeah.
And you've got to actually make them aware of that and say, look, this is a great idea. Why don't we help you put it together and help you connect with other people who can make that a reality for you?
Yeah. This is something that media artists have talked about for a very long time, is that we're constantly making new innovations, because there's an issue that you have to solve in terms of enabling this functionality in this interactive installation. And so you find a way of making that happen without even realizing that actually you've solved a problem that lots of other industries need solving, because you're not interested in what those industries are doing. You're interested in making that thing work in that space. And so then you move on to the next project, which has got its whole other range of other technical issues that you've got to solve. Exactly. And so you're essentially stacking up the IP without even recognizing a lot of the time that it is IP. And
that's right.
You need that kind of mechanism behind it, because you don't want to run a business, you want to make art. That's your whole world. So I think we need those kind of almost like modular hubs.
Yes.
So rather than you just going and being an ideas person and other people taking your idea and going and making a profit out of it and you getting nothing, or the standing on the shoulders of giants loss that we just lack massively. So like when Connect came out, and media artists had been making that kind of interactive technology for a long time, and it hadn't even crossed their mind to go and speak to the people who'd been making this stuff on a DIY basis. And then of course they get persuaded to release their software development kit and the open source aspects of it, because they recognized that people were hacking it and doing some really interesting things that they hadn't thought of. And it's like, actually, let's harness that rather than shut the door on it and lock it down.
This is actually very similar to what we do on our Bluemix platform. We actually have a section with recipes.
Mm-hmm.
And literally it's step by step to do one little hack, and it might be, I've got a brand new board and I'd like to connect it in and connect it to Bluemix. Well, sure as anything, someone else is going to want to do that too.
Yeah.
And so if you actually solve that problem and get that working, then we encourage you to write up the recipe and put it out there for everyone else.
Like Instructables.
Exactly. And we're at the point now where, people can actually do real work by assembling 2 or 3 recipes.
Yeah.
And that gives them the bones of a real system in very, very short order. And they're not writing any code or doing anything like that. And that's a really active community that we're fostering, and it's coming up, more and more. You go in and every day there's another 3 or 4 recipes up there, and people have thrown it up. And it started off as IBMers putting that up as we started to play, but now more and more I'm seeing non-IBM names, and that's really good. That's what we really want to see.
Excellent.
An ecosystem built around the platform that makes it truly agnostic. We don't care what things you connect. The bit we care about is the platform and the things we can do with it. And so the recipes are a good way of doing it. And also in our services we have stuff we provide, but then we have stuff third parties provide, and also stuff that is open source. And we don't care, we enable all of those things, and anyone can add service into the catalogue.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, long may this open collaboration last.
Thank you. Yes, I think it's great. Great.
Cool. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Cheers.
Thank you for that.
Thank you for that.
Okay, can I have everybody's attention, please? Can I have everybody's attention, please? Right, we're going to start doing the judging now, and we're going to go around to each team and ask you some questions about your project. All right, we're going to start with these guys.
It's just to reinforce, it's not a pitch, it's just an informal conversation, so you can tell us the stuff about your ideas, talk us through some of the documentation that you've got, and then we'll ask questions, and it's very informal. And you don't need to wear a suit.
Okay, so who's going to tell us about the
front man? Hi, I'm John. Technology is my strong suit. So Internet of Trash is a bit of a jest in terms of measuring trash. So actually on the way here, it's good and bad, depends on what light you look at it in. There was an older woman going through the trash cans. And so what was sad there was she was looking at this can for a really, really long time. And I realized why she was, is because like some of the cans have 10 cents associated with them and some of them don't. And we were thinking about ways that we could both get people to recycle more, and also what could we do for these people who we're calling recycling entrepreneurs, because they're effectively self-employ themselves. So we've taken the idea, if we have a look at this particular concept, is a weight sensor to measure the weight of the trash can. And basically we're using what we had on hand, a PIR sensor, to detect the cans being placed into it. We started doing a little bit more advanced work with image recognition of the cans, so we can tell which cans are actually worth 10 cents and are not. So Norm did some work there, training online artificial intelligence system in what identifying cans, and he was doing okay there. It detects the difference between that and a minion quite well. And Tish did work on the weight sensor. So it's aimed at being low cost. So it uses a very cheap sensor, capacitance. So it's robust. Do you want to add anything?
Yeah, so basically you can also like build it out of recycled aluminium or things that you can easily get, and this is some sort of thrown out furniture. It's very simple, it's easy to make, and it's only an estimation sensor. It's not a highly accurate load cell, but you can scale it to big loads, and it will tell you if the bin is full or not.
So just to tie it together, some of the inspiration was from Volkswagen showed that by adding an entertainment type concept to people throwing away trash, they got more people to throw away trash. And so on this, it's not displaying at the moment, but basically an LCD that shows, thanks for your donation. It also helps recycling entrepreneurs, but also a light to show to them how much value that trash can will yield to them. So just makes their job a little bit quicker and easier.
And so is this reporting back to a central?
Yep. So we didn't get to that point, but it would be aggregated up. You do use a little bit more power when you do that. We're just using a Raspberry Pi as the concept in this particular one. You have to worry about battery and stuff like that. But yeah, you could. The idea was you could aggregate which trash cans need changing out, so you can get a better understanding of your trash network.
No, that's great. Very good.
Melissa, you got questions? No. So you're using Raspberry Pi?
Yeah.
That's your main.
Yep.
computer part?
Yep. And
so the Raspberry Pi will be the main computation power on the can itself, on the dustbin. So we're also thinking about like putting the visual recognition, item recognition on the cloud. So it can. So in that way, it can also aggregate the data in the cloud. So the actual computation is not put too heavily put on this little machine there, and that also helps save some power on the dustbin.
When we chatted earlier today, I was asking who your potential client customer was with this. We had a few little bits of the conversation about that and who might be the most appropriate, both target market and actual client, and in terms of the business model and where that would go for your exit strategy. So how have conversations developed from there?
So the original pitch was to the government in terms of promoting social good, but there were also applications for you to have it at home so you can understand how much you're recycling yourself. Do you want to add?
So it would be, there are hundreds of trash cans around the council, so setting it up is a big deployment thing, so that will require budgeting and how much they're actually saving and so on. So but individuals, if they want to see how much waste they're producing per year, you empty X number of bins, but sometimes they're half full or not, so you want to know if you are actually saving or how much you're recycling, how much non-recyclable waste you are producing. So individuals could also use some simple idea like this to sort of monitor their personal lifestyle, I guess.
And one of your biggest threats is the Trans-Pacific Partnership getting ratified, because then there would be no more 10-cent return on any recycling.
Yeah, so it would be on a sort of personal good, so that you feel good that you produced only 10 kilos of waste a year or something.
But probably more of a personal system rather than a governmental system.
Yes.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very good. I'm good. Let's move to the next.
Do we not give them a bit of a round of applause?
Oh, yes. Excellent. All right, let's go around to here because it's closest.
I'll come up last. I'm less likely to hang anything.
Okay. Tell us about your project.
All right, so the idea was that Adelaide is having a lot of water mains bursting all the time, and we're trying to work out what can we do to at least help to combat that, or to help the SA Water to be able to look into that problem. We looked at a few different technologies, but keeping it relatively simple, because if we want to monitor lots and lots of water pipes, we can't have a $50 device times 10,000. So we need something relatively simple. So something about the size of the chip that's in there, if that can see into it, that's probably just most of what it would need to do. It's a little Wi-Fi module. It can do the sensing that we need to do, and the sort of sensing we're looking at is measuring the moisture in the ground near the pipes. If there's a leaky pipe, we should be able to detect some moisture, and then how to get that information back to a central server, whether that be someone driving past in a car, through a wireless connection or Wi-Fi connection, or even using mobile phones. So looking at, is it active or passive, how the information is getting there. The sort of pros is that, and I've got my notes here, collecting data to reduce, the way we collect data reduces the disruption for the need to constantly check pipes. There's still always going to be a maintenance schedule that's going to require the pipes to be visually inspected, but something like this can reduce the amount of disruption it would cause for people to have their water turned off for a day, missing the water because someone needs to go through the pipes. Additional sensors can be added, and I'll go into that later on. The only real cons that we saw were a bit of environmental damage, maybe if these sensors are broken or lost, and a bit of and also what the what the user would get. So we'd probably have something that we'd sell to SA Water, we would have some sort of map that can show what it looks like, and we've got a little demo here that we can bring up. So we've got our sensor that we've been trying out today. These things are a sensor with everything, and it's about $12. But it hooks through the phone and straight to the cloud. So once we get a bit of moisture on it, or a bit of humidity...
So the idea is to have this as we'd have these sensors buried underground along the same lines as the water pipes are, and basically they would measure the amount of moisture in the soil. And so every green star you see on the map here is a sensor, and those sensors would take all the data in, send it into the cloud, up into an analytics engine, and that engine would then assess whether the humidity was above normal, or the moisture in the soil was above normal, and if it was above normal, we're using humidity because this is the only sensor we've got at the moment, but we get notification to the users of the system that we've detected a water leak in that in those sensors.
I want sirens. I'm sorry.
We can have sirens. We can have flashing lights, and the idea behind that is to be able to proactively respond to situations where the water main hasn't burst yet, but might be about to. That, as I understand, is pretty hard to detect at the moment, but just a small amount of extra moisture in the soil around that area would allow us to see that the water main is likely to burst soon, and thereby we'd be able to respond before we have a big water outage incident. So,
excellent. So, what would be the power source for this device?
All right, so for example, in this one here, even for something like this, which has got lots of sensors on it, which we would never use, it's about 1 year on the battery that's built into it, and it's just a button cell. So what would we be looking at is something that's a sealed unit with 2 wires coming out to measure the soil moisture, and you would put it maybe half a foot under the ground, a couple of centimetres underground, and that would do most of the work. That one's got a year. We would probably expect maybe 3 or 4 years for something fairly simple. It does require maintenance to go out there, but you do want to collect these things before they deteriorate and do any damage.
We also had some thoughts around using wireless power to keep them charged in the ground. So if we could create a device with a rechargeable battery, and then as our data collection vehicles come past, they can also beam power into the device at the same time. Thereby, we could leave them in the ground indefinitely. If we could find some sort of, passive power source or another form of gathering power from the environment, that might also be an option that, worth investigating.
Okay, so the other question was how are we going to fund all this or make this happen? We've got a whole bunch of these little sensors all around the place, like little minions doing their thing. So why don't we pay them? So give each sensor or group of sensors their own Bitcoin address, and as the data gets collected, pay them as that data comes in at a particular rate. And then when the data gets aggregated and used, that is sold at that particular price that covers those transactions. And you can price the bitcoins in such a way, price the transactions in such a way that not only does it cover installation and maintenance, but also recovery and recycling as well. So the full lifespan of the spectrum of the devices, be they how big or small they are, is covered. And if the sensor network is designed to last for 5 years, then you spread your payments over that period. The advantage of that is also if somebody else, another council or another organisation wants to put in their own sensor network, if they do the same sort of model with payments and the data costs, you can incorporate their data in with the same sensors at the same time. So there's aspects of that, taking this particular project and using that technology in other aspects of environmental monitoring.
Yep. I suppose that was the final thing, is just the future of something like that. Having sensors out there and having a way to collect the data off it. It could be used for gas monitoring, other water companies, even mining companies with needing to keep oxygen underground. You could be monitoring water usage, which is another useful input and output. Is there more water going into the system than what's coming out? And even thought of farms could be using that for monitoring where their water is going and how much is evaporating and that sort of stuff. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Thank you very much.
Good. It's going to be hard.
Someone take it.
Okay, tell us about your project.
Well, we really wanted to make a bit of a local notice board. We've got a bit of space outside of our office, and it's just kind of doing a little bit of nothing. We thought we might try and create something of use for people that are, literally walking past our window. So the things we were looking at were things like, well, there's a bus stop probably 5 meters away, so live buses. You could probably post like notices, events that are happening around the place, that sort of thing. Maybe, maybe utilizing webcams and the facial recognition aspect that Watson could provide to maybe have authorized posters, or if you are not recognized, please, you might have to get a mediator to have a look at what someone's going to post. What else have we got here? So yeah, like a local weather station, maybe a bit of fun, so a bit of Pong, 2-player, for anyone that's waiting. Anything else to add, Derek?
Well, we've got a heap of bars down the street, so we were going to hook into Now Tap, so you can find out what's on tap down the street. As we'd said, talking about classifieds, and people can put up their classifieds. Oh, the idea of a digital pigeonhole, so you can kind of drop notes for other people on the street, and they can come by and collect them, and you can drop them off for somebody. Yeah, we had this kind of idea that in Big Brother states, there's like these dynamic threat detection type things, so we could almost become a autonomous neighborhood watch where it detects behaviour which is out of normal, and just lets people know that, hey, something a bit dodgy might be happening on the street. And then kind of with that we launched into what we called the Internet of Paparazzi. So we figured that if you could detect faces, and then once you detect that a celebrity just walked down the street, we could snap a photo, upload it to the tabloids, and profit. So that's how we're going to fund the enterprise.
Excellent.
Yes.
That's fantastic. So this is a screen, is it?
Yeah. So it's basic. I mean, we've been playing around with where is it, Droz? Is it up and running? Okay. Yeah. So we're going to use the Raspberry Pi. Attach it to the back of. We've got some old LCD screens that were actually found in hard rubbish. They've been thrown out because their tuners had gone.
Yes.
But throw this onto the back of it, and then the actual access point. Actually, if we go back to that, the Raspberry Pi would provide a wireless access point. So in terms of people submitting a classified, they'd actually have to be there and connect to the local access point. So it weeds out a bit of the spam, because if they're not there, you're not getting people from all over the internet submitting stuff to your notice board. So like I said, it's really to try to replicate the notice boards that you see out in community areas, out the front of supermarkets and whatever, in a digital form.
Very interesting.
Nice. No, you go first. I'm still thinking. So earlier you were saying that one of the ideas with this is to essentially remove us from that kind of always connected to our devices but not so physically connected to each other. Don't you think in some ways there may be a problem that you physically, because you physically have to be there to connect with the board, that you may end up creating a clique of people who are only connected because of their engagement through this notice board? Do you have to like physically go to the notice board in order to go to the what's on the what the latest beer gathering is, because you're only allowed to go if you're a local?
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, that's what we're trying. What we're saying is that with everything being connected, and the Facebook groups, and then your now tapped apps and whatever, some people might call it a click. Some people might call it a community. So you tend not to interact as much with the people around you because you don't have to. So the idea is try to build more of this thing up to say, you know what, there are other people around you that live near you. You don't have to do everything online. So it's it's an electronic form, but it's really a mediated communication between individuals in the same place.
And once you've developed this for outside your office, is this something that you consider mass producing for the rest of the city, or?
Well, I wouldn't see it mass producing. I would see it as kind of an open source, recipe project to say, hey, you've got a space. I mean, I can imagine it there for public notice boards, but also for more closed, communities. So, say we might have one up in the kitchen itself, where maybe the moderation of what gets posted isn't really there because, people get slapped around if they post something nasty. Or
encouraged.
Yes. Or at the local bowls club, or, the local RSL, or, I think it provides a way that people can more easily manage these kind of messes that you often see, and encourage a place where people can actually communicate.
Thank you.
So it's a water cooler.
So if your business model is snapping celebrities, Adelaide is a little bereft of income generating celebrities. Has some, but not as many as some other cities. So would this just be an open source, you giving back to the community that you're working in, or would you look at other ways to generate income?
Like as I said, the motivation behind it is we've now got some street frontage. We thought, we should do something with it. So I think very much it is a project to say, hey, look, other people use it. The IOP was really a bit of fun at the end of it, and I can kind of imagine that in that sense, it doesn't have to be a whole screen, right? It's just a little device that you stick in the cafe, and anyway, it's dreams, right? Obviously we can put it anywhere. Every time you go into an airport, you pop one in the bathroom, for example.
Allegedly.
In terms, I kind of imagine as an open source, contribute to it, make it better.
Cool.
If you want to donate to the developers to build more, then do it.
Yep. Is the freemium model gone then?
Yeah. Okay. Well, we also had the idea of a freemium model. So in the sense that maybe to post some classifieds, it's free, but then there are you can have featured classifieds where you in-app purchase to do it. An in-app purchase to maybe drop a note in the digital pigeonhole of some of the favourite people on the street.
Nice.
Stuff like that.
Busy Valentine's Day.
Excellent. There are some depending on which council, about illuminated signs on the front of buildings. Have you thought about those sorts of issues?
I'm aware of those. I'm not aware that, given that in this case, it's actually sitting behind the glass front, so I'm not sure how much they can actually front that.
No, that's
and
fine.
as we said, this is a billboard. We're providing software where people can put it on a billboard, however they whatever they have access to. Yeah. So if it's sitting up in up in your tea room, I don't think council have much to say.
I really love the community connecting side of things, local community contributing side of things. That's great. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks.
Okay, folks. We're going to start weighing up our
Can we have a cup
information.
of tea? Let's go for a cup of tea.
Off to secret and discuss.
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Hello, can I have everyone's attention? Well, I am absolutely amazed what you guys have come up with. It was really hard actually, because when we went down into the detail and looked at each of the entries, they all were very, very good. I think it's been a great event. I'm quite surprised what you came up with in the short amount of time that we've given everybody. I'm really pleased. So, what we've decided on after lots of discussion, I'm sorry you've been waiting so long because it was hard. We have gone with the water sensing pipe system. And so that means the IBM entrepreneurship scholarship system, whatever it's called. Yes.
Global Entrepreneur Program.
Global Entrepreneur Program.
Knew we should have written that down.
Each team member gets a Raspberry Pi. And I hope everyone enters into the Hackaday prize, because there is other prizes. Even if you don't get into the finals, there are other cash prizes involved in that. So that's well worth doing, and I think all prizes have had things about them that we thought were really excellent. You really did have a hard time deciding. Now, we've also got another award awarded by Hackaday. Sorry, not Hackaday. Hackerspace. That's where I'm from. So what we've done is we've been looking at people and looking at what they're doing and looking at where they came from and how they've fitted in and into the teams. I've asked suspicious questions you haven't even noticed. I think they noticed over here. That's kind of like we're just looking for an individual that we thought was deserving of some encouragement. And that prize is $100. You won't get it right now. We'll organise something for you. What also comes with that is a Hackerspace T-shirt. Everybody wants one of those.
Or you can make your own.
And a year's membership to Hackerspace.
Woo!
So we've awarded that to you, Norm.
Oh.
And would anyone like to?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, sure. Yes, absolutely. Well, actually, Norm, you came in by yourself.
Yeah.
Who do you know here that when you came in?
No one.
No one. You fitted into a team straight away when you came in.
Oh, we actually had some pleasant talk last night, so.
Well, there you go. Okay. Yeah. So you sort of integrated really well into the environment. You know, someone just from outside coming in,
okay,
and you've pitched into the teamwork straight off. You know, and that's I think that's quite admirable. And you know, lots of other people were doing different things too, and we've been taking note of that. But we kind of thought that was good. I know it might sound little, but I think that's important.
Thank you.
Do you want to talk about the program?
The program? That's very exciting, I think.
We should maybe get the team up here.
Yes.
Oh yes, the winning team.
Oh, I will.
Yeah, this is 3 of you? Yeah, great. Yeah. But there's actually 4 of you, isn't it? But there's only 3 of you. Is that right?
We did one guy leave.
Yeah.
So this is like the entrance
Excellent. So congratulations, guys. I think it's a great idea. And Kathy McGurk and I, we looked at all of the entries, and I think they all had a lot of merit. But it's great that I think this is an idea that can definitely actually be commercialised and taken out and shown to councils all around the world. And the Global Entrepreneurship Program will hopefully give you the platform side of things. Yours is a lot of IoT devices, so the hardware side you'll have to develop. But what the Global Entrepreneurship Program offers is 12 months, and it is 12 months with access to the Bluemix platform and also access to the soft layer platform. So that is virtual machines and hosted VMs. And the Bluemix platform is the entire platform that I know you've been playing with today. And so what you get with the program is you get $1,000 a month of Bluemix and $1,000 a month of soft layer. So that's a total value of $24,000 for you to develop your idea and to potentially make that a viable commercial prospect. We would also, when you actually start to develop that idea and you feel that you'd like to talk about it, we will actually take you and write up case studies and potentially get you to our conferences and meeting people who you think might be prospective clients. So we would like to help you market it and take you to people and use you as a case study for both of those. Now, you don't have to use either of those platforms, but it looks like you were using Bluemix a lot, so I'm kind of hoping that you'll stick with that, and good luck. So well done.
Any closing comments? Do you want to wrap it up?
Oh, yes. Well, look, each project had some. I really loved the bulletin board and the community connecting stuff. That was fantastic. The your garbage bin, the optical recognition side of things, fantastic. And there are similarities between the two of you. I think what pulled it across the line was your Bitcoin idea. We had a real trouble. There's similarities. So thank you, everyone. I really want to thank John and Harry. They've really busted their bums to get this happening, and I'm really thank you for that support. Paul. What did I say, John, again?
It's been a long day.
It's been a long day. Sorry, Paul. And IBM, fantastic, coming in to save us with some technology. That is just fantastic. Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank Kathy as well. That was really excellent.
We had fun.
And this wonderful young man here, who I've forgotten his name again. Liam. Thank you for your support too. That was fantastic.
And I encourage anyone here to reach out. Like I said, we're just down the road. And we'd love to help you out along your journey, whether you're developing on Bluemix or AWS or Azure, which is clearly the best one. We'd love to help you out. And I think creating a community around this sort of stuff, just as a general thing, is really important. For not just Microsoft, but the entire industry as a whole. So, really enjoyed the event. And,
Thank you.
See a lot more of them.
Excellent. I also want to thank David for his help and support organising teams. Well, I know it wasn't easy, and especially with my note-taking, it hasn't been helpful. And Sean, my goodness, what an excellent job you've done with this live feed for Airstream. But it's all your gear, and I know that, and you've done a fantastic job. And I hope the viewers at home appreciate what Sean has done. I'd also like to thank Fee from the Really Big Road Trip, and I hope you will contribute to her Patreon campaign. She doesn't ask for it all the time. But I think, it is an excellent program that you're running, and she's done an excellent job with hosting the video feed. It's been fantastic.
Thank you. And I think we need to thank Robert for having come up with the concept in the first place and driven the entire thing for many months. So thank you very much, Robert.
Thank you. I just need to recognise Alison from SA Makers, who's got our judging stuff in order. She's very organised, and thank you so much for stepping in that area.
No worries.
Yes. Now, have I forgotten anyone? No, I think the teams, I think we need to give them a round of applause. Oh, Tamsin, sorry. Tamsin. Sorry. No, you've been really good.
Ideas and great people here.
Yeah. All right. We're calling it a wrap up. Yep. Thank you. Good night, everybody. Thank you for viewing. See you.